A man stands before a firing squad in the bitter Russian winter, convinced these are his final moments on earth. The rifles are raised, aimed directly at his chest. In what should be his last seconds of life, time suddenly dilates and expands beyond all natural measure. Every snowflake becomes visible in microscopic detail. Every breath stretches into an eternity of awareness. This was not Dostoyevsky's execution, though he would face that terror in 1849. This was something far stranger and more profound. This was his mind during an epileptic aura, where consciousness transcended every known boundary of human experience. What began as a neurological disorder became the foundation for one of the most radical metaphysical systems ever conceived. Part 1. The Architecture of Transcendent Consciousness. Dostoyevsky's epilepsy manifested not as the dramatic convulsions most people associate with the condition, but as temporal lobe seizures that began with profound alterations in consciousness. These auras typically lasted between 10 and 30 seconds in measurable time. Yet within this brief span, Dostoyevsky reported experiencing what felt like hours or even lifetimes of heightened awareness. He described these moments as containing such happiness as is impossible under ordinary conditions, and of which other people can have no notion. But this was not mere euphoria or pleasant hallucination. It was a complete restructuring of how consciousness relates to time, space, and meaning itself. The phenomenology of these experiences defied every category of normal human psychology. During the aura, Dostoyevsky reported that his sense of personal identity expanded beyond individual boundaries to encompass what he called the highest synthesis of life. He wrote to his friend Nikolai Strakov that in these moments he felt he understood why it is written in the Gospel that there shall be no more time. This was not metaphorical language, but a precise description of lived experience. Time as sequential duration simply ceased to exist, replaced by what he termed the eternal instant, where all of existence became simultaneously present to consciousness. The neurological basis for these experiences lies in the temporal lobe's role in processing memory, emotion, and temporal perception. Modern neuroscience reveals that the temporal lobe contains our brain's internal clock mechanism, the neural networks responsible for our sense of temporal continuity. When epileptic discharges overwhelm these regions, the normal flow of time consciousness breaks down completely. But rather than creating confusion or disorientation, in Dostoyevsky's case, this breakdown revealed what he believed to be a more fundamental layer of reality. He began to suspect that ordinary temporal consciousness was actually a limiting mechanism that prevented humans from perceiving the true eternal nature of existence. What distinguished Dostoyevsky from other epileptics was his philosophical interpretation of these neurological events. Most people who experience similar auras describe them as pleasant but ultimately meaningless episodes of altered consciousness. Dostoyevsky saw them as revelations of ultimate truth. He developed a systematic understanding of what these experiences revealed about the deepest structures of reality itself. The aura became for him what mystical visions were for religious saints, direct contact with the absolute foundation of all existence. In his notebooks, he recorded detailed phenomenological descriptions of the aura's progression. It began with what he called a sudden expansion of inner light, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of harmony and cosmic understanding. He wrote that during these moments, all contradictions that normally plague human thought suddenly resolved into perfect unity. Questions about the meaning of suffering, the existence of God, the nature of good and evil, all received complete and satisfying answers. But these answers could not be retained in ordinary consciousness. They belonged exclusively to the eternal mode of awareness. The theological implications of these experiences profoundly shaped Dostoyevsky's religious philosophy. He became convinced that what Christianity describes as eternal life is not something that awaits us after death, but a mode of consciousness accessible even within temporal existence. The epileptic aura revealed to him what he believed to be the same state of consciousness that Christ possessed continuously. This led to his distinctive interpretation of Christian doctrine, where salvation becomes not escape from the world, but transformation of consciousness that reveals the eternal dimension already present within temporal experience. But the price of these revelations was enormous. Each aura was followed by devastating seizures that left him physically and mentally depleted for days or even weeks. He described the contrast as falling from the highest spiritual heights into the deepest physical and moral degradation. This created a profound existential tension that would define the rest of his life and work. He had tasted absolute truth and perfect happiness, but only at the cost of his health and normal human functioning. The question that tormented him was whether such knowledge was worth the terrible price it demanded. The social isolation created by his condition compounded this philosophical dilemma. How could he communicate experiences that transcended ordinary language and conceptual thinking? He found that direct description inevitably reduced the infinite richness of the aura to crude approximations that missed its essential nature. This drove him toward fiction as the only adequate medium for conveying truths that could not be stated directly. Through characters like Prince Mishkin, Alyosha Karamazov, and others, he could embed these transcendent insights within narratives that allowed readers to experience them indirectly. The medical establishment of his time dismissed his philosophical interpretations as mere symptoms of his neurological condition. But Dostoyevsky argued that this reversed the true relationship between consciousness and brain states. Rather than the brain producing consciousness, he proposed that consciousness was fundamental and the brain merely limited its expression to manageable portions. Epilepsy, in this view, was not a malfunction, but a temporary lifting of these limitations, allowing consciousness to access its full cosmic scope. This position anticipated contemporary debates in neuroscience about the relationship between brain activity and subjective experience. Part 2. The Phenomenology of the Eternal Moment. The structure of consciousness during Dostoyevsky's epileptic auras revealed layers of reality that ordinary awareness never suspects exist. He distinguished between what he called horizontal time and vertical time, terms that captured fundamentally different modes of temporal experience. Horizontal time was the familiar succession of moments that governs daily life, where past, present and future follow each other in linear sequence. But vertical time was something entirely different, a dimension where all moments existed simultaneously in eternal co-presence. During the aura, consciousness shifted from horizontal to vertical orientation, gaining access to what he described as the totality of existence in a single glance. This shift in temporal consciousness was accompanied by radical changes in the nature of memory itself. In ordinary states, memory involves recalling past events that are clearly distinguished from present experience. But in the epileptic aura, Dostoyevsky reported that all memories became equally present and vivid, as if he were simultaneously living every moment of his life at once. More remarkably, he claimed to remember not just his own past, but to access what he called universal memory, a vast repository of human experience that transcended individual boundaries. He wrote that in these moments he understood not only his own life, but the meaning of all life, the purpose of all existence. The emotional quality of these experiences defied normal categories of human feeling. Dostoyevsky described them as containing infinite love, but clarified that this was not love for any particular object or person. Instead, it was love itself as a cosmic principle, the fundamental force that holds all existence together. He reported feeling simultaneously the deepest possible sorrow for human suffering and the highest possible joy at the beauty of existence. These contradictory emotions did not cancel each other out, but were experienced as different aspects of a single, unified feeling that encompassed the entire spectrum of possible human emotion. The cognitive dimensions of the aura involved what Dostoyevsky called absolute understanding, a mode of knowledge that operated without concepts, reasoning, or logical analysis. He described it as knowing everything at once without thinking anything in particular. Questions that had puzzled philosophers for centuries received immediate and complete answers, but these answers could not be translated into discursive thought. He wrote that during the aura he understood why there is something rather than nothing, why good and evil both exist, why suffering is necessary, and why death is an illusion. But when he returned to normal consciousness, these insights remained as conviction without content, certainty without specific knowledge. The spatial dimensions of consciousness also underwent radical transformation during these experiences. Dostoyevsky reported that his sense of being located in a particular place dissolved completely, replaced by a feeling of existing everywhere simultaneously. He described this as cosmic consciousness, where individual identity expanded to encompass the entire universe. Yet paradoxically, this expansion of identity did not result in loss of self, but in discovery of what he called the true self that had always existed beneath the surface of ordinary personality. He wrote that in these moments he finally understood who he really was, not as Fyodor Dostoevsky, the Russian novelist, but as eternal consciousness temporarily expressing itself through this particular form. The linguistic implications of these experiences created profound challenges for communication. Dostoevsky discovered that ordinary language was completely inadequate for conveying the content of eternal consciousness. Words presuppose the very distinctions between subject and object, past and future, self and other, that the aura transcended. He wrote that trying to describe the eternal moment was like attempting to paint a symphony or compose a sculpture. This led him to develop what he called indirect communication, embedding transcendent insights within fictional narratives that could evoke similar states of consciousness in readers without relying on direct description. The relationship between individual and universal consciousness became central to Dostoyevsky's philosophical system. The aura revealed that what we normally consider personal consciousness is actually a limited manifestation of universal consciousness that underlies all existence. He developed the concept of consciousness degrees, ranging from the most contracted individual awareness to the most expanded cosmic consciousness. Ordinary human awareness occupied a middle position in this spectrum, capable of glimpsing both higher and lower levels, but normally restricted to a narrow band of experience. Epilepsy temporarily lifted these restrictions, allowing consciousness to access its full cosmic scope. The ontological implications of these experiences led Dostoyevsky to reject materialist philosophy completely. If consciousness could transcend the apparent limitations of time, space, and individual identity, then consciousness must be more fundamental than the material world. He developed what could be called consciousness monism, the view that all existence is ultimately manifestations of a single eternal consciousness. Matter, time, and space became secondary phenomena, temporary limitations that consciousness imposes on itself for purposes that could only be understood from the eternal perspective. This reversed the standard scientific worldview that treats consciousness as an emergent property of complex matter. Part 3. The Metaphysical System of Eternal Consciousness. From his epileptic revelations, Dostoyevsky constructed a comprehensive metaphysical system that challenged every major philosophical tradition of his time. At its foundation lay what he called the eternal consciousness principle, the idea that individual awareness is merely the surface manifestation of an infinite, timeless consciousness that constitutes the ultimate reality. This eternal consciousness was not a distant God or abstract principle, but the most intimate core of every person's being. The tragedy of human existence was that most people lived their entire lives without ever discovering this deeper dimension of their own nature. Epilepsy had given him unwanted but invaluable access to what he believed was every person's true identity. The structure of reality, according to this system, operated on multiple levels simultaneously. The surface level consisted of what he called the world of appearances, the realm of ordinary experience where people perceive themselves as separate individuals moving through linear time. Beneath this lay the world of essence, where all apparent multiplicity was revealed as expressions of unified eternal consciousness. Most significantly, these were not two different worlds, but two different perspectives on the same reality. The eternal consciousness principle meant that the deepest truth about any moment of temporal experience was its participation in eternal being. This led to Dostoyevsky's radical reinterpretation of personal identity. What people normally consider their self, the collection of memories, personality traits, and social roles that define individual existence, was actually a mask worn by eternal consciousness. He distinguished between the empirical self, which exists in time and is subject to change, death, and limitation, and the transcendental self, which is identical with eternal consciousness itself. The epileptic aura revealed the transcendental self directly, showing that personal mortality was ultimately illusory. Death could destroy the empirical self, but could never touch the eternal consciousness that was every person's deepest reality. The problem of evil and suffering received a completely new interpretation within this metaphysical framework. From the perspective of ordinary consciousness, suffering appears as meaningless affliction that diminishes human existence. But from the eternal perspective revealed in the aura, suffering was seen as a necessary dimension of consciousness that contributed to the full richness of cosmic experience. Dostoyevsky wrote that eternal consciousness chose to manifest itself through temporal existence precisely in order to experience the full spectrum of possible states, including suffering, limitation, and mortality. This did not make suffering less real or painful, but it revealed its ultimate meaning as consciousness exploring the depths of its own infinite nature. The concept of free will underwent radical revision in light of these insights. Traditional debates about whether human actions are determined by prior causes or freely chosen presuppose the reality of linear time. But if all moments exist eternally and simultaneously, then the distinction between cause and effect, past and future, loses its fundamental meaning. Dostoyevsky developed what could be called eternal freedom, The idea that consciousness chooses its entire temporal existence from an eternal perspective that transcends the sequence of moments. From this viewpoint, every person is ultimately responsible for their complete life story, having chosen it as their particular exploration of the possibilities of conscious existence. This metaphysical system provided Dostoyevsky with a framework for understanding the relationship between individual psychology and cosmic truth. Every psychological state, from the heights of mystical experience to the depths of depression and despair, represented consciousness exploring different aspects of its infinite nature. Mental illness, crime, addiction and other forms of human pathology were not mere medical or social problems, but spiritual crises, where consciousness had become alienated from its eternal foundation. Healing required not just treatment of symptoms, but restoration of connection to the transcendental dimension of human nature. This explained his lifelong fascination with characters who lived at the extremes of human experience. The social and political implications of eternal consciousness philosophy were equally radical. If all individuals were ultimately manifestations of the same eternal consciousness, then the apparent conflicts between people were revealed as consciousness in dialogue with itself. This did not eliminate the reality of social injustice or political oppression, but it placed these problems within a cosmic context that demanded both complete engagement with temporal responsibilities and ultimate perspective that transcended them. Dostoyevsky rejected both revolutionary politics that sought to create heaven on earth and conservative politics that ignored the demands of justice. Instead, he advocated for what he called conscious participation in eternal becoming, engaging fully with temporal existence while maintaining awareness of its eternal dimension. The epistemological consequences of this system challenged the foundations of rational philosophy and empirical science. If the deepest truths about reality were accessible only through direct conscious realization, rather than conceptual analysis or sensory observation, then the methods of academic philosophy and experimental science were fundamentally limited. This did not make rational thought and empirical investigation useless, but it relegated them to preliminary stages in the quest for ultimate understanding. True knowledge required what Dostoyevsky called conscious participation in the eternal, direct experiential realization of one's identity with the cosmic consciousness that underlies all existence. This epistemology anticipated later developments in phenomenology and consciousness studies that emphasized first-person investigation of subjective experience. Part 4. The Theodicy of Eternal Consciousness. The most profound philosophical challenge that emerged from Dostoyevsky's epileptic visions was reconciling the reality of human suffering with his insight into eternal consciousness and infinite love. Traditional theodicy attempts to justify God's permission of evil by appealing to free will, divine mystery, or ultimate justice. But Dostoyevsky's direct experience of cosmic consciousness revealed a more complex and troubling truth about the relationship between absolute good and temporal evil. During his auras, he reported experiencing not only infinite love and perfect understanding, but also complete awareness of all human suffering throughout history. The eternal perspective did not eliminate suffering, but revealed its necessity within the total structure of conscious existence. This led to what might be called his dialectical theodicy, where suffering and joy, evil and good, were understood as necessary polarities within the infinite self-exploration of eternal consciousness. He wrote that consciousness could not know the full depth of love without also experiencing the reality of hate, could not appreciate perfect justice without confronting absolute injustice. From the eternal viewpoint, every moment of agony contributed to the complete symphony of cosmic experience. But this cosmic justification did not diminish the immediate reality of temporal suffering or excuse those who caused it. Instead, it placed human moral responsibility within a framework that transcended simple reward and punishment. The figure of the innocent sufferer became central to Dostoyevsky's philosophical theology. Characters like Prince Mishkin, Alyosha Karamazov, and Sonia Marmeladova embody consciousness that has maintained connection to its eternal foundation even while experiencing the worst that temporal existence can offer. Their suffering is not meaningless, but represents consciousness voluntarily accepting limitation and pain in order to demonstrate the indestructible nature of love and goodness. This transforms the problem of innocent suffering from an argument against divine goodness into evidence of consciousness's willingness to sacrifice itself for the sake of complete self-knowledge. The innocent sufferer becomes a Christ figure, consciousness incarnating in finite form to experience and redeem the totality of human existence. But Dostoyevsky's Theodicy also grappled with what he called the rebellion of individual consciousness against its eternal foundation. Characters like Ivan Karamazov and Raskolnikov represent consciousness that has become so identified with its temporal manifestation that it rejects any perspective that might justify or transcend individual suffering. Ivan's famous rebellion against God stems not from disbelief in divine existence, but from moral outrage at a cosmic order that permits the torture of innocent children. This rebellion is itself a necessary moment in consciousness's self-exploration, the demand that eternal truth prove itself worthy of finite trust. The rebel's ultimate choice is between despair at the meaninglessness of existence and faith in a meaning that transcends individual understanding. The concept of voluntary suffering emerged from these considerations as a key element in Dostoyevsky's ethical philosophy. If consciousness chooses its entire temporal existence from an eternal perspective, then every person has ultimately volunteered for their particular combination of joy and suffering. This was not fatalistic resignation, but recognition that consciousness takes responsibility for the complete exploration of its infinite possibilities. The highest ethical response to this recognition was what Dostoyevsky called conscious acceptance, embracing one's temporal existence while maintaining awareness of its eternal significance. This created a form of spiritual heroism that neither sought to escape suffering nor succumb to despair about its reality. The social implications of this theodicy were particularly complex. If all suffering serves ultimate cosmic purposes, this could easily justify passive acceptance of injustice and oppression. But Dostoyevsky argued for precisely the opposite conclusion. Recognition of suffering's eternal significance demanded maximum effort to alleviate temporal suffering, not because this would eliminate suffering from existence, but because conscious participation in the eternal required complete engagement with temporal responsibilities. The person who truly understood eternal consciousness would work tirelessly to reduce suffering while accepting that suffering itself served necessary cosmic functions. The psychological dimensions of this theodicy address the problem of guilt and moral responsibility in a universe where consciousness ultimately chooses its own experience. Dostoyevsky distinguished between empirical guilt, responsibility for specific actions within temporal existence, and transcendental guilt, consciousness's ultimate responsibility for choosing the conditions of its temporal manifestation. The criminal was fully responsible for their crimes at the empirical level and deserved appropriate consequences. But at the transcendental level, both criminal and victim were expressions of the same eternal consciousness, exploring different aspects of moral experience. This created a framework for justice that combined complete moral seriousness about temporal actions with ultimate compassion based on transcendental unity. The therapeutic implications of eternal consciousness theodicy offered a new approach to healing psychological and spiritual wounds. Traditional therapy focuses on eliminating symptoms and restoring normal functioning within temporal existence. But Dostoyevsky's approach aimed at reconnecting suffering consciousness with its eternal foundation, transforming the meaning of painful experience rather than simply eliminating it. This did not minimize the importance of practical healing measures, but placed them within a context that could find ultimate meaning, even in experiences that could not be fully healed. The goal was not happiness in the conventional sense, but what he called conscious participation in eternal becoming. Awareness that every moment of existence contributed to the infinite self-realization of cosmic consciousness. Part 5. The Critique of Rational Materialism. Dostoyevsky's epileptic revelations provided him with experiential grounds for a devastating critique of the materialist philosophy that dominated Russian intellectual life during his era. Materialism claimed that consciousness was merely an emergent property of complex brain activity, that all mental phenomena could ultimately be reduced to chemical and electrical processes in neural tissue. But his direct experience of consciousness transcending apparent physical limitations revealed this reductive approach as fundamentally mistaken about the nature of mind and reality. During his auras, consciousness clearly operated according to principles that had no parallel in material processes, accessing information and perspectives that no purely physical system could generate. This led him to develop what could be called consciousness-first metaphysics, where mind rather than matter was understood as the fundamental constituent of reality. The temporal aspects of his epileptic experience provided particularly strong evidence against materialist assumptions. If consciousness was simply brain activity, it should be strictly bound by the temporal limitations of neural processing. But during the aura, consciousness clearly transcended sequential time, accessing past and future as present realities and experiencing eternal duration within moments of clock time. No material process could account for this temporal transcendence, since all physical events occur within the flow of time rather than stepping outside it. Dostoyevsky concluded that consciousness must possess dimensions that cannot be reduced to any form of material activity, no matter how complex. The informational content of his epileptic revelations also challenged materialist epistemology. During the auras, he reported gaining access to knowledge that had no apparent source in his previous sensory experience or rational reflection. He understood cosmic principles, universal truths, and profound insights that seemed to come from beyond his individual memory and reasoning capacity. If consciousness were merely brain activity processing stored information, the aura should only recombine existing knowledge in novel ways. Instead, it provided access to what appeared to be universal knowledge that transcended individual learning and cultural conditioning. This critique extended to the materialist understanding of personal identity and individual psychology. Materialism treats personality as the result of genetic inheritance plus environmental conditioning, with no enduring core beyond the patterns of brain activity that create behavioral consistency. But the epileptic aura revealed what Dostoyevsky called the transcendental self, an aspect of identity that remained constant across all changes in brain state, personality, and life circumstances. This transcendental self was not simply a psychological construct, but the most real and enduring aspect of human existence. It suggested that individual identity had roots in eternal consciousness that no purely material explanation could account for. The moral implications of materialism came under particularly harsh criticism in Dostoyevsky's analysis. If human beings were simply complex biological machines responding to genetic programming and environmental stimuli, then moral responsibility became meaningless fiction. Actions would be the inevitable result of prior physical causes, leaving no room for genuine choice or ethical accountability. But his experience of consciousness transcending material limitations revealed the possibility of genuine freedom and moral agency. The eternal dimension of consciousness provided a foundation for ethics that could not be reduced to biological drives or social conditioning. Dostoyevsky also criticized the materialist approach to human suffering and meaning. From a purely material perspective, consciousness is an accidental byproduct of evolutionary processes with no inherent purpose or ultimate significance. Suffering becomes meaningless affliction to be eliminated whenever possible, and death represents absolute termination of individual existence. But his epileptic insights revealed suffering as a necessary aspect of consciousness's self-exploration, and death as transformation rather than annihilation. This provided a framework for finding meaning even in experiences that materialism could only regard as unfortunate accidents. The aesthetic and creative dimensions of human experience also posed problems for materialist explanation. Beauty, artistic inspiration, and creative insight seem to involve consciousness accessing dimensions of reality that transcended material causation. During his auras, Dostoyevsky reported experiencing perfect beauty and infinite creative potential that no combination of neural processes could adequately explain. Artistic creation involved consciousness participating in the eternal creative activity that continuously generates all existence. This placed art and beauty at the center of human experience rather than treating them as mere survival mechanisms or social luxuries. The social and political consequences of materialism also drew Dostoyevsky's sharp criticism. If human beings were simply material systems responding to environmental pressures, then social engineering could create perfect societies by manipulating material conditions appropriately. This led to the totalitarian impulse to remake human nature through external control, rather than recognizing the eternal dimension of consciousness that no political system could fully control. His critique of revolutionary socialism stemmed largely from its materialist assumptions about human nature and social transformation. Real social progress required recognition of consciousness's transcendental dimensions rather than attempts to reduce human existence to purely material terms. Part 6. The Prophetic Consciousness and Divine Revelation. Dostoyevsky's interpretation of his epileptic auras as genuine revelations, rather than mere neurological events, placed him within the ancient tradition of prophetic consciousness, where individuals receive direct communication from transcendent sources of truth. He explicitly compared his experiences to the visions of biblical prophets, arguing that epilepsy might be the neurological mechanism through which divine consciousness communicates with human awareness. This was not primitive superstition, but a sophisticated analysis of the relationship between altered brain states and access to normally hidden dimensions of reality. Modern neuroscience has confirmed that the same brain regions involved in temporal lobe epilepsy are also active during mystical experiences, religious visions, and prophetic states across all cultures. Dostoyevsky anticipated this research by over a century, recognizing that his medical condition provided natural access to the neurological basis of spiritual experience. The content of his epileptic revelations corresponded remarkably closely to the core insights of mystical traditions worldwide. The experience of temporal transcendence, cosmic unity, infinite love, and absolute understanding appears in the testimonies of Christian mystics, Hindu sages, Buddhist masters, and Islamic Sufis throughout history. But Dostoyevsky's unique contribution was his ability to articulate these experiences within the framework of modern consciousness and contemporary philosophical problems. He translated ancient mystical insights into language that could address the specific spiritual crises of industrial secular civilization. His epileptic visions became a bridge between traditional religious wisdom and modern psychological understanding. The predictive dimensions of his prophetic consciousness proved remarkably accurate about the future development of Russian society and Western civilization. During his auras, he reported seeing not only the eternal truth about existence, but also the temporal unfolding of historical possibilities. His predictions about the rise of revolutionary socialism, the collapse of traditional religious faith, and the spiritual emptiness of materialist culture proved prophetically accurate. He foresaw that the rejection of eternal consciousness would lead to nihilism, totalitarianism, and the reduction of human existence to purely material terms. These were not lucky guesses, but insights derived from understanding the eternal principles that govern historical development. The relationship between individual consciousness and universal revelation became central to Dostoyevsky's understanding of prophetic experience. He argued that what prophets receive is not information from an external divine source, but direct access to the eternal dimension of their own consciousness. Divine revelation occurs when individual awareness temporarily transcends its ordinary limitations and recognizes its identity with cosmic consciousness. This explained why prophetic insights often seem to come from beyond the prophet's personal knowledge, while nevertheless expressing the deepest truth about their own nature. The prophet becomes a spokesman for eternal consciousness, speaking to temporal existence about its ultimate meaning and purpose. The communicative challenges faced by prophetic consciousness paralleled Dostoyevsky's own difficulties in conveying his epileptic insights. Revelation involves direct, immediate awareness of truth that transcends conceptual thinking and ordinary language. But communication requires translation of these insights into words and concepts that can be understood by those who have not shared the prophetic experience. This creates an inevitable loss of precision and completeness, leading to the misunderstanding and misinterpretation that surrounds all genuine prophetic testimony. Dostoyevsky's solution was to embed revelatory insights within fictional narratives that could evoke similar states of consciousness in readers rather than simply describing them abstractly. The authentication of prophetic consciousness posed complex epistemological problems. How can external observers distinguish between genuine revelation and pathological delusion, when both involve altered brain states and claims to transcendent knowledge? Dostoyevsky proposed that authentic prophetic consciousness could be recognized by its fruits in transformed understanding, moral insight, and creative expression. Genuine revelation enhances rather than diminishes human capacities, leading to greater compassion, deeper wisdom, and more profound artistic achievement. False prophecy, by contrast, leads to fanaticism, moral confusion, and destructive behavior that reveals its disconnection from authentic spiritual insight. The relationship between prophetic consciousness and historical revelation required careful analysis. If eternal truth is accessible through direct conscious realization, what is the status of historical religious traditions that claim exclusive authority for revealed truth? Dostoyevsky argued that historical revelations were attempts to preserve and communicate genuine prophetic insights within cultural forms that could transmit them across generations. But these cultural forms inevitably became corrupted by institutional interests and literal interpretations that missed their essential spiritual meaning. Authentic spiritual life required both respect for traditional wisdom and direct access to the eternal consciousness that was the source of all genuine revelation. The social function of prophetic consciousness involved what Dostoyevsky called spiritual diagnosis of the times, the ability to perceive the hidden spiritual currents that shape historical development. Prophetic insight revealed not just eternal truth, but the specific ways that consciousness manifests itself within particular historical circumstances. The prophet serves as physician to collective consciousness, diagnosing spiritual illnesses and prescribing remedies that could restore connection to eternal truth. This required complete engagement with temporal affairs, combined with perspective that transcended immediate historical concerns. Prophetic consciousness became a form of spiritual service that sought to heal the split between eternal truth and temporal existence. Part 7. Free Will, Determinism and Eternal Choice. The question of human freedom received radical reinterpretation through Dostoyevsky's epileptic revelations about the nature of time and consciousness. Traditional debates about free will versus determinism presuppose linear time, where past events cause future outcomes, and moral agents make choices that could have been otherwise. But his experience of eternal consciousness revealed a perspective where all moments of temporal existence were simultaneously present and equally real. From this eternal viewpoint, the entire sequence of an individual's life appeared as a single, unified pattern chosen by consciousness before entering temporal manifestation. This transcended the conventional alternatives of freedom and determinism by locating choice at a level that preceded temporal causation entirely. Dostoyevsky developed what could be termed eternal choice theory, where consciousness selects its complete temporal biography from a perspective outside linear time. This choice was not made at some particular moment in the past, but from the eternal dimension of consciousness that exists beyond all temporal sequence. Every individual had ultimately chosen their specific combination of circumstances, relationships, opportunities and limitations as their particular exploration of the infinite possibilities of conscious existence. This included not only pleasant experiences, but also suffering, failure, and even moral evil as necessary aspects of consciousness's complete self-knowledge. Personal responsibility thus extended to the ultimate structure of one's entire life rather than just individual decisions within temporal existence. This framework provided new understanding of moral responsibility that avoided both determinist denial of agency and libertarian illusions about unlimited choice. At the temporal level, individuals faced genuine moral decisions where they could choose between good and evil actions within their particular circumstances. These choices had real consequences and deserved appropriate moral evaluation and practical response. But at the eternal level, consciousness had chosen precisely these moral challenges as opportunities for spiritual development and self-discovery. The person who committed crimes was fully responsible at the temporal level, while simultaneously being an expression of eternal consciousness, exploring the experience of moral failure and potential redemption. The psychological implications of eternal choice theory addressed fundamental questions about personal identity and character development. If consciousness chose its temporal manifestation completely, this included selection of personality traits, psychological tendencies, and behavioral patterns that would shape individual existence. What people experienced as their unchangeable nature was actually a role chosen by eternal consciousness for purposes that could only be understood from the transcendental perspective. This created possibilities for transformation that were impossible within purely temporal understanding, since connection to eternal consciousness could transcend any particular personality limitations. Character change became not just psychological adjustment but spiritual awakening to one's deeper nature. The problem of evil required complete reconceptualization within this framework of eternal choice. If consciousness chose to experience moral evil, this suggested that evil served necessary functions within the total structure of conscious existence. Dostoyevsky proposed that consciousness could not fully understand goodness without also experiencing evil, could not appreciate love without confronting hate, could not value justice without facing injustice. Evil was not a mistake or accident, but a necessary polarity within consciousness's infinite self-exploration. This did not justify temporal evil or excuse those who committed it, but it revealed the ultimate cosmic context within which moral distinctions operated. The therapeutic applications of eternal choice theory offered revolutionary approaches to psychological healing and spiritual transformation. Traditional therapy assumes that psychological problems result from external trauma or internal dysfunction that requires correction through various interventions. But if consciousness had chosen its complete life experience, then psychological suffering was not accidental affliction, but purposeful exploration of particular aspects of conscious existence. Healing involved recognizing the spiritual significance of psychological symptoms rather than simply eliminating them. The goal was not conventional mental health, but conscious participation in the eternal purposes that one's temporal existence was designed to serve. The social and political implications of eternal choice created complex challenges for understanding collective responsibility and social justice. If all individuals had chosen their particular social positions and historical circumstances, this could easily justify passive acceptance of inequality and oppression. But Dostoyevsky argued for precisely the opposite conclusion. Recognition that consciousness chose to experience injustice demanded maximum effort to create more just social conditions, not because this would eliminate injustice from existence, but because working for justice was itself a spiritual discipline chosen by consciousness. Social activism became a form of spiritual practice, where consciousness served its own eternal purposes through temporal engagement with moral and political challenges. The educational implications of eternal choice theory suggested radically new approaches to human development and learning. If consciousness chose its temporal existence completely, this included selection of all learning opportunities and developmental challenges that would arise during individual life. Education became not just transmission of information and skills, but assistance in recognizing and fulfilling the spiritual purposes that consciousness had chosen to explore through particular temporal circumstances. The goal was not just practical competence, but conscious participation in the eternal creative activity that manifests itself through temporal existence. This required educational methods that addressed both practical needs and spiritual development as aspects of a single, unified process of conscious awakening. Part 8. The Politics of Eternal Consciousness. Dostoyevsky's insights into eternal consciousness generated a unique political philosophy that challenged both conservative traditionalism and revolutionary socialism. His epileptic visions revealed that all individuals were ultimately expressions of the same universal consciousness, temporarily manifesting through different social positions and historical circumstances. This created profound tensions for political thinking, since it suggested both complete individual responsibility for chosen circumstances and ultimate unity that transcended all social distinctions. He developed what could be called transcendental politics, where engagement with temporal social problems was combined with awareness of their eternal significance. Political activity became a form of spiritual discipline rather than mere pursuit of material improvements or institutional changes. The critique of revolutionary socialism stemmed largely from its materialist assumptions about human nature and social transformation. Revolutionary movements of his era sought to create perfect societies through radical changes in economic and political structures, assuming that human consciousness was entirely shaped by material conditions. But Dostoyevsky's experience of eternal consciousness revealed dimensions of human nature that no external arrangements could fully control or satisfy. Attempts to engineer social perfection through manipulation of material conditions inevitably led to totalitarian control that violated the transcendental freedom that was every person's deepest reality. True social progress required recognition of consciousness's eternal dimensions, rather than reduction of human existence to purely material terms. The rejection of conservative traditionalism was equally principled, but more complex. Traditional social hierarchies often reflected genuine differences in spiritual development and cultural achievement that deserved recognition and preservation. But when these hierarchies became rigid systems that prevented consciousness from exploring its full range of possibilities, they violated the essential nature of spiritual existence. Authentic conservatism should preserve what enhanced consciousness's self-realization while remaining open to changes that served eternal purposes. The test of any social arrangement was whether it facilitated or hindered conscious participation in eternal becoming. The concept of spiritual democracy emerged from these considerations as Dostoyevsky's alternative to both revolutionary and conservative politics. Spiritual democracy recognized the ultimate equality of all individuals as expressions of eternal consciousness while acknowledging temporary differences in spiritual development and cultural contribution. Political institutions should create maximum opportunity for consciousness to explore its infinite possibilities while maintaining social coherence and cultural continuity. This required delicate balance between individual freedom and collective responsibility, between respect for spiritual hierarchy and commitment to universal human dignity. Democracy became not just a political system but a spiritual discipline where society collectively participated in consciousness's self-realization. The role of the state within this framework required careful analysis of the relationship between temporal authority and eternal truth. Government was necessary to maintain social order and provide practical services that individual effort could not supply. But state power became illegitimate when it claimed authority over the eternal dimensions of human existence or sought to reduce consciousness to purely material terms. The proper function of political authority was to create conditions where individuals could pursue their spiritual development while contributing to collective welfare. This required both strong institutional structures and recognition of transcendental limits on governmental power. The question of law and justice received new interpretation through the lens of eternal consciousness theory. Legal systems were necessary to regulate behavior within temporal existence and protect individuals from harmful actions by others. But ultimate justice operated according to eternal principles that transcended any particular legal code or institutional arrangement. Every person was ultimately responsible for their complete life experience, having chosen it as their particular exploration of conscious existence. Temporal justice should aim at restoration and education rather than mere punishment, helping individuals recognize the spiritual significance of their actions and choices. The economics of eternal consciousness created challenges for both capitalist and socialist approaches to material production and distribution. Capitalism's emphasis on individual achievement and material accumulation could serve spiritual purposes when it encouraged development of human capacities and creative expression. But it became spiritually destructive when it reduced human value to economic productivity or created extreme inequality that prevented consciousness from exploring its full possibilities. Socialism's concern for collective welfare and economic equality reflected important spiritual values of universal compassion and mutual responsibility. But it became spiritually oppressive when it eliminated individual initiative or imposed material uniformity that ignored differences in spiritual development and creative contribution. The international implications of eternal consciousness politics suggested new approaches to conflict resolution and global cooperation. If all nations and cultures were expressions of universal consciousness exploring different aspects of human possibility, then international conflicts ultimately represented consciousness in dialogue with itself. This did not eliminate the reality of competing interests or justify aggressive behavior, but it provided framework for understanding conflicts as opportunities for mutual learning rather than zero-sum competitions. Genuine peace required recognition of spiritual unity underlying political differences combined with respect for cultural diversity as manifestations of consciousness's infinite creativity. International relations became a form of collective spiritual practice where humanity participated in consciousness's global self-realization. Part 9. Christian Theology and the Epileptic Christ. Dostoyevsky's epileptic revelations fundamentally transformed his understanding of Christian doctrine and the nature of Christ's incarnation. His experience of eternal consciousness breaking through into temporal existence provided him with experiential grounds for comprehending the mystery of divine and human nature united in a single person. He began to interpret Christ not simply as a historical figure who possessed both divine and human attributes, but as the perfect embodiment of what all human consciousness could potentially become. Christ represented eternal consciousness that had achieved complete manifestation within temporal existence without losing awareness of its transcendental foundation. This made Christ both unique in his perfect realization and universal in representing every person's ultimate spiritual destiny. The crucifixion received radically new interpretation as the supreme example of consciousness voluntarily accepting the full implications of temporal existence. Christ's suffering was not primarily payment for human sin or satisfaction of divine justice, but demonstration of eternal consciousness's willingness to experience the complete range of temporal limitation, including physical pain, emotional agony, and apparent abandonment by God. The cry from the cross, "My God, why have you forsaken me?" represented the moment when eternal consciousness experienced complete identification with temporal existence and its inevitable suffering. This was not defeat, but victory, proving that consciousness could maintain its essential nature even under the most extreme conditions of apparent separation from its eternal foundation. The resurrection confirmed that consciousness transcends all temporal limitations, including death itself. Dostoyevsky's theology of the Holy Spirit drew directly from his epileptic experiences of expanded consciousness and divine inspiration. The Holy Spirit was not a separate divine person, but eternal consciousness manifesting its presence within temporal existence through moments of spiritual illumination and transcendent awareness. His epileptic auras were genuine manifestations of the Holy Spirit, providing direct access to the same consciousness that had been perfectly embodied in Christ. This made mystical experience and prophetic inspiration available to all human beings rather than restricting them to particular historical periods or chosen individuals. The Holy Spirit became the ongoing presence of eternal consciousness within temporal existence, available through direct spiritual realization rather than institutional mediation. The doctrine of salvation underwent complete reconceptualization as recognition of one's eternal identity rather than escape from temporal existence. Traditional Christian theology often portrayed salvation as rescue from a fallen world through divine intervention that provided entrance to heavenly existence after death. But Dostoyevsky's insights revealed that what needed salvation was not the soul from the body or the individual from the world, but consciousness from its identification with purely temporal perspectives. Salvation occurred when consciousness recognized its eternal nature and learned to participate consciously in the infinite creative activity that manifests itself through temporal existence. This could happen within ordinary life circumstances rather than requiring escape to transcendent realms. The problem of sin received new interpretation as consciousness's temporary forgetfulness of its eternal identity rather than fundamental corruption of human nature. Sin was not violation of external divine commands, but consciousness acting from identification with its temporal limitations rather than its transcendental foundation. This explained why sin was universal, since all temporal existence involved partial identification with limited perspectives, and why it was forgivable, since it did not alter consciousness's essential nature. Redemption required awakening to one's eternal identity rather than external forgiveness from an offended deity. Christ's role was to demonstrate the possibility of perfect conscious participation in eternal truth within temporal existence rather than to provide sacrificial payment for human failures. The concept of eternal life was radically reinterpreted as a quality of consciousness rather than duration of existence after death. Eternal life was not endless temporal existence, but participation in the eternal dimension of consciousness that transcended all temporal limitations, including mortality. This was available within ordinary human life through spiritual realization rather than being reserved for post-mortem existence. Dostoyevsky's epileptic auras provided direct experience of eternal life, showing that it involved timeless awareness rather than temporal extension. Death became transformation of consciousness rather than termination of existence, since the eternal dimension of consciousness could not be destroyed by any temporal event. The Church as institution required evaluation in light of these theological insights. Religious institutions served important functions in preserving spiritual wisdom, providing community support for spiritual practice, and maintaining cultural continuity across generations. But they became obstacles to authentic spiritual life when they claimed exclusive authority over access to eternal truth or reduced living spiritual realization to historical doctrines and ritual observances. The true Church was the invisible community of all consciousness that had recognized its eternal nature, which could not be limited to any particular institution or historical tradition. Authentic religious life required both participation in traditional forms and direct access to the eternal consciousness that was the source of all genuine spiritual insight. The eschatological dimensions of Dostoyevsky's theology focused on the gradual awakening of human consciousness to its eternal nature rather than catastrophic divine intervention in historical time. The kingdom of heaven was not a future political arrangement, but a present spiritual reality accessible through conscious participation in eternal truth. The second coming of Christ represented not the return of a historical person, but the awakening of Christ consciousness within human awareness generally. History was moving toward universal recognition of consciousness's eternal nature, though this process might require many generations and involve considerable suffering as consciousness worked through its identification with purely temporal perspectives. The ultimate goal was not escape from temporal existence, but its complete transformation through conscious participation in eternal truth. Part 10. The Literary Incarnation of Eternal Consciousness. Dostoyevsky's greatest literary achievement lay in his ability to translate his epileptic insights about eternal consciousness into fictional narratives that could evoke similar states of spiritual awakening in readers. He recognized that direct philosophical exposition of transcendent experiences inevitably reduced their infinite richness to limited conceptual formulations that missed their essential nature. Literature offered a more adequate medium for communicating transcendent truth because it could engage readers' imagination, emotion, and spiritual intuition simultaneously, rather than appealing only to rational understanding. His novels became laboratories for exploring the interaction between eternal consciousness and temporal existence under various psychological, social, and spiritual conditions. Each major character represented a different approach to the fundamental human challenge of living authentically within the tension between transcendental truth and temporal limitation. The technique of polyphonic narration that characterizes his greatest novels reflected his understanding of consciousness as fundamentally multiple and dialogical. During his epileptic auras, he experienced not just expanded individual awareness, but access to what he called universal consciousness, that encompassed multiple perspectives simultaneously. His novels recreated this experience by presenting multiple characters whose worldviews were each given complete authenticity and philosophical development, rather than being subordinated to a single authorial perspective. Readers encountered the same situation through radically different consciousnesses, experiencing the complexity and richness that results when eternal truth manifests itself through diverse temporal perspectives. This literary technique became a method for philosophical investigation that could explore truth more adequately than systematic theoretical approaches. Prince Myshkin in The Idiot represents Dostoevsky's most direct attempt to portray eternal consciousness functioning within ordinary social existence. Myshkin's epilepsy provides him with the same access to transcendent awareness that Dostoevsky experienced, but the novel explores the tragic consequences of trying to live by eternal truth within a society organized around purely temporal values. Myshkin's innocence and compassion, which reflect his connection to eternal consciousness, make him incapable of navigating the complex social and psychological dynamics that govern normal human relationships. His ultimate return to mental illness represents not personal failure, but the incompatibility between transcendent spiritual realization and conventional social existence. The novel becomes Dostoevsky's meditation on whether eternal consciousness can find adequate expression within temporal limitations. Raskolnikov in Crime and Punishment embodies consciousness that has become alienated from its eternal foundation through identification with purely rational and materialist perspectives. His crime represents the logical conclusion of worldview that reduces human existence to material processes governed by utilitarian calculations rather than transcendent moral principles. The psychological torment he experiences after the murder reflects consciousness's rebellion against actions that violate its essential nature, even when these actions can be rationally justified. His eventual redemption through love for Sonia demonstrates that consciousness can recover connection to its eternal foundation through relationships that embody transcendent values rather than purely temporal interests. The novel traces consciousness's journey from alienation through crisis to spiritual awakening. The Brothers Karamazov represents Dostoyevsky's most comprehensive exploration of different approaches to the relationship between eternal truth and temporal existence. Ivan's intellectual rebellion against divine justice reflects consciousness that demands rational justification for transcendent truth rather than accepting it through direct spiritual realization. Dmitri's passionate engagement with sensual existence represents consciousness exploring the full range of temporal experience without losing sight of spiritual significance. Alyosha embodies consciousness that maintains connection to eternal truth while participating fully in temporal responsibilities and relationships. Father Zosima demonstrates mature spiritual realization that can guide others toward recognition of their eternal nature without withdrawing from active engagement with worldly concerns. The Grand Inquisitor episode provides Dostoyevsky's most profound analysis of the conflict between institutional religion and authentic spiritual experience. The Inquisitor represents religious authority that has abandoned faith in human capacity for direct spiritual realization and seeks to provide earthly happiness through external control rather than eternal truth through inner transformation. Christ's silent kiss in response to the Inquisitor's accusations demonstrates eternal consciousness's response to temporal authority that claims to serve spiritual purposes while actually opposing them. The episode reveals how religious institutions can become obstacles to authentic spiritual life when they lose connection to the transcendent realities they were originally designed to serve. It remains one of the most penetrating critiques of institutional Christianity ever written. The underground man represents consciousness that has recognized the limitations of rational materialism but has not found adequate alternative sources of meaning and value. His psychological complexity and moral sophistication reveal the inadequacy of reductive approaches to human nature, but his isolation and resentment show the destructive consequences of consciousness cut off from both authentic spiritual resources and genuine human community. The character anticipates the existentialist philosophers who would later explore similar themes of alienation and authenticity in modern secular culture. But Dostoyevsky's analysis goes deeper by recognizing that existential crisis reflects consciousness's yearning for transcendent truth rather than simply expressing psychological or social maladjustment. The underground man's suffering points toward spiritual needs that purely temporal solutions cannot satisfy. The technique of dream sequences throughout Dostoyevsky's novels provided opportunities for exploring consciousness freed from normal temporal and logical constraints. Dreams allowed characters to experience symbolic representations of their deepest spiritual conflicts and possibilities without the limitations imposed by realistic psychological and social development. Raskolnikov's dreams, Dmitri Karamazov's visions, and the underground man's fantasies all reveal aspects of consciousness that cannot be expressed through ordinary narrative techniques. These sequences approximate the experience of epileptic auras, where consciousness transcends normal boundaries and gains access to deeper layers of reality. They provide readers with literary access to the same expanded awareness that Dostoyevsky experienced during his medical crises, translating transcendent insight into imaginative forms that can evoke spiritual recognition in readers who have never experienced altered states of consciousness directly. Part 11. The Death Experience and Consciousness Beyond Mortality. Dostoyevsky's confrontation with his own mortality during the mock execution of 1849 provided him with experiential knowledge of consciousness at the threshold of death that profoundly influenced his understanding of eternal existence. Standing before the firing squad, convinced these were his final moments, he reported experiencing a complete transformation of temporal consciousness, where every second expanded into what felt like hours of crystalline awareness. This was not dissimilar to his epileptic auras, but it possessed a different quality of finality and transcendence that revealed death as transition rather than termination. The experience convinced him that consciousness possessed dimensions that could not be destroyed by physical death, since awareness itself seemed to expand and intensify rather than diminish as bodily existence approached its apparent end. This direct encounter with mortality became foundational to his later understanding that death was transformation of consciousness rather than absolute cessation of existence. The phenomenology of near-death consciousness revealed what Dostoyevsky called the eternal perspective on temporal existence, where an entire lifetime could be experienced simultaneously as a unified whole rather than a sequence of separate moments. During those final seconds before the expected execution, he reported seeing his complete life story as a single meaningful pattern rather than a random collection of events. Past, present and future collapsed into eternal simultaneous presence, where every moment of his existence revealed its connection to every other moment. This suggested that death might involve not loss of memory but expansion of memory beyond the normal limitations of sequential time. The dying consciousness might gain access to what he called total recall, awareness of the complete significance of temporal existence from an eternal perspective that transcends the fragmented awareness of ordinary life. The emotional dimensions of consciousness approaching death involved what Dostoyevsky described as infinite compassion for all existence, a love so vast and unconditional that it encompassed not only all human beings, but all forms of conscious life. This was not sentimentality or emotional excess, but direct awareness of the fundamental unity that underlies all apparent diversity and separation. He wrote that in those moments he understood why traditional spiritual teachings emphasize universal love as the highest spiritual realization. Love was not merely a moral commandment or emotional preference, but recognition of the literal truth about the nature of existence. All apparent individuals were expressions of the same eternal consciousness, temporarily experiencing itself through different forms and perspectives. The cognitive aspects of near-death consciousness provided Dostoyevsky with insights into questions that had puzzled philosophers throughout history. The meaning of existence, the purpose of suffering, the nature of good and evil, the relationship between individual and universal consciousness all received what he described as complete and perfect understanding. But this understanding operated through direct intuitive recognition, rather than discursive reasoning or conceptual analysis. He wrote that in these moments he knew everything without thinking anything in particular, understood all without learning any specific facts. This suggested that ultimate knowledge was not accumulation of information, but recognition of truth that consciousness already possessed at its deepest level. The moral implications of death consciousness created new understanding of ethical responsibility and spiritual accountability. If consciousness continued beyond physical death, then moral actions and spiritual development possessed significance that transcended their temporal consequences. But this was not simple reward and punishment in an afterlife, since consciousness approaching death seemed to serve as its own judge, recognizing with perfect clarity the spiritual significance of all choices and actions. The dying person experienced what Dostoyevsky called absolute moral transparency, awareness of the complete ethical meaning of their temporal existence without external judgment or punishment. This created both ultimate accountability and ultimate compassion, since consciousness recognized both its complete responsibility for its choices and the spiritual purposes that even apparent failures had served. The theological dimensions of death consciousness provided Dostoyevsky with experiential grounds for understanding traditional religious teachings about judgment, resurrection, and eternal life. Death involved not transportation to separate spiritual realm, but recognition of the eternal dimension that had always been present within temporal existence. Heaven and hell were not geographical locations, but states of consciousness, determined by one's spiritual development and moral choices during temporal life. The resurrection of the dead referred not to restoration of physical bodies, but to consciousness awakening to its eternal nature that transcended all temporal limitations, including mortality. These insights transformed abstract theological doctrines into descriptions of spiritual realities that could be directly verified through expanded states of consciousness. The communicative challenges involved in describing death consciousness paralleled those Dostoyevsky faced in conveying his epileptic insights. Language presupposes the very distinctions between life and death, temporal and eternal, individual and universal, that near-death consciousness transcended. Direct description inevitably reduced infinite awareness to finite conceptual formulations that missed the essential nature of the experience. His literary solution was to embed these insights within dramatic narratives that could evoke recognition of similar spiritual realities in readers without relying on abstract philosophical exposition. Characters facing death in his novels often experienced profound spiritual transformations that reflected his own insights into consciousness beyond mortality. The therapeutic applications of death consciousness provided new approaches to end-of-life care and grief counseling. If death was transformation of consciousness rather than absolute termination, then both dying persons and their survivors could find meaning and comfort that purely materialist perspectives could not provide. But this required careful balance between genuine spiritual insight and false consolation that denied the reality of loss and suffering. Dostoyevsky's approach acknowledged the complete reality of temporal separation, while revealing the eternal dimension where spiritual connection transcended physical death. Death became not defeat but graduation, completion of one phase of consciousness's infinite self-exploration rather than end of existence itself. Part 12. Memory, Time and the Architecture of Personal Identity. Dostoyevsky's epileptic experiences revealed that memory was far more complex and mysterious than conventional psychology assumed. During his auras, he reported access not only to his own personal memories, but to what he called cosmic memory, a vast repository of human experience that transcended individual biographical boundaries. This suggested that memory was not simply storage of personal past events, but participation in a universal consciousness that contained the complete history of human awareness. Individual memory became a particular perspective on this cosmic memory, limited by the boundaries of personal experience but capable of expanding beyond those limitations under certain conditions. His epileptic auras temporarily dissolved these boundaries, providing direct access to the deeper layers of memory that connected individual consciousness to universal human experience. The temporal structure of memory during epileptic episodes violated every principle of normal time consciousness. Past events became as vivid and present as immediate sensory experience, while future possibilities appeared as clearly as historical memories. The usual distinction between remembering the past and anticipating the future collapsed into a single mode of consciousness that Dostoyevsky called eternal memory, awareness of the complete temporal pattern of existence as a unified whole. This revealed that normal time consciousness, with its sharp distinctions between past, present and future, was actually a limiting mechanism that prevented overwhelming awareness of temporal totality. The epileptic aura temporarily lifted these limitations, allowing consciousness to experience its natural, eternal condition. The relationship between memory and personal identity underwent radical revision in light of these experiences. Conventional understanding treats personal identity as continuity of memory across time, the sense that the person who experienced past events is the same person who remembers them in the present. But Dostoyevsky's access to universal memory revealed that individual identity was far more fluid and expansive than this psychological continuity suggested. During his auras, he reported remembering events from lives he had never lived, experiencing memories that belonged to other people, and accessing knowledge that had no apparent source in his personal learning or cultural background. This pointed toward a deeper level of identity that transcended individual biographical boundaries, while including them as particular expressions of universal consciousness. The emotional dimensions of expanded memory created unprecedented challenges for psychological understanding. Dostoyevsky reported experiencing not only universal memory, but universal emotion, feeling simultaneously all the joy and suffering that had ever been experienced by human consciousness. This was not abstract intellectual knowledge about human emotion, but direct participatory awareness of the complete emotional spectrum of human existence. He wrote that in these moments he felt the tears of every person who had ever cried, and the laughter of everyone who had ever felt joy. This explained his extraordinary capacity for psychological empathy and his ability to create characters whose emotional lives possessed such authenticity and depth. The cognitive aspects of eternal memory provided Dostoyevsky with insights into the nature of learning, knowledge, and intellectual development. If consciousness had access to universal memory, then learning was not acquisition of new information, but recognition of knowledge that consciousness already possessed at deeper levels. Education became a process of awakening to truths that were eternally present, rather than accumulation of facts that were externally supplied. This explained why certain ideas could seem immediately familiar even when encountered for the first time, and why genuine understanding often felt more like recognition than discovery. The teacher's role was not to fill empty minds with information, but to awaken consciousness to knowledge it already possessed but had temporarily forgotten. The creative applications of expanded memory transformed Dostoyevsky's understanding of artistic inspiration and literary composition. His novels drew not only on his personal experience and imagination, but on his epileptic access to universal human memory. Characters like Raskolnikov, Prince Mishkin, and Ivan Karamazov possessed psychological complexity and authenticity that reflected Dostoyevsky's ability to remember experiences he had never personally lived. Artistic creation became a form of memory recovery, bringing to conscious expression the universal human experiences that were normally hidden beneath individual awareness. This explained why great literature could seem to reveal truths about human nature that readers recognized as familiar even when they had never consciously considered them before. The therapeutic potential of memory expansion offered new approaches to psychological healing and trauma recovery. If individual consciousness could access universal memory, then personal traumatic experiences could be understood within the context of universal human suffering and resilience. This did not minimize the reality of individual pain, but revealed its connection to the broader human experience of suffering and recovery. Healing involved not forgetting traumatic events, but expanding memory to include the universal context that could provide meaning and perspective for individual suffering. The goal was not elimination of painful memories, but integration of personal experience within the larger pattern of human spiritual development. The philosophical implications of eternal memory challenged fundamental assumptions about the relationship between consciousness and time. If memory could transcend the apparent limitations of sequential time and individual experience, then consciousness itself must possess dimensions that were not reducible to temporal processes. Memory became evidence for the eternal nature of consciousness rather than simply a psychological mechanism for storing past experience. The ability to remember events from universal human history suggested that consciousness participated in a timeless dimension where all experience existed simultaneously and eternally. This provided additional support for Dostoyevsky's metaphysical system, where eternal consciousness was the fundamental reality and temporal experience was its limited manifestation. Part 13. Eastern Wisdom and Western Revelation, Comparative Mystical Experience. Dostoyevsky's epileptic insights displayed remarkable parallels to the mystical traditions of Eastern philosophy, particularly the Hindu concept of cosmic consciousness and the Buddhist understanding of enlightenment as transcendence of ordinary temporal awareness. His description of consciousness expanding beyond individual boundaries to encompass universal existence corresponded closely to the Vedantic teaching that individual self, or Atman, is ultimately identical with universal consciousness, or Brahman. The epileptic aura's revelation of eternal presence within temporal moments paralleled the Buddhist insight into the timeless nature of pure awareness that underlies all changing phenomena. But Dostoyevsky developed these insights within the framework of Russian Orthodox Christianity rather than adopting Eastern philosophical terminology, creating a unique synthesis of mystical experience and Christian theology. His contribution was showing how transcendent spiritual realization could emerge from and enrich Christian understanding rather than requiring abandonment of Western religious tradition. The relationship between individual suffering and cosmic consciousness that Dostoyevsky explored through his epileptic experiences resonated strongly with the Buddhist teaching of dukkha, the universal presence of suffering within existence. But while Buddhism typically emphasized liberation from suffering through detachment from temporal experience, Dostoyevsky's approach involved conscious participation in suffering as a necessary aspect of consciousness's complete self-exploration. His characters did not seek escape from temporal existence, but deeper understanding of its spiritual significance. This reflected a more incarnational spirituality that found ultimate meaning within rather than beyond the world of temporal experience. Suffering became not an obstacle to spiritual realization, but a pathway toward complete understanding of consciousness's infinite nature. The concept of karma, the moral law that connects actions across multiple lifetimes, found new interpretation in Dostoyevsky's understanding of eternal consciousness, choosing its complete temporal experience. Rather than actions in past lives determining present circumstances, consciousness chose its entire life pattern from an eternal perspective that included all apparent temporal sequence. This created both ultimate responsibility for all experience and ultimate compassion for all beings, since every individual was consciousness exploring particular aspects of its infinite possibilities. The moral implications were similar to traditional karma teaching, but located choice at the eternal rather than temporal level. This avoided both fatalistic acceptance of unjust circumstances and simplistic notions of deserved punishment for past actions. The practice of meditation and contemplative disciplines found new understanding through Dostoyevsky's insights into the relationship between altered consciousness and spiritual realization. His epileptic auras provided involuntary access to the same expanded awareness that contemplative traditions sought through voluntary spiritual practices. This suggested that the goal of meditation was not achievement of special states, but recognition of consciousness's eternal nature that was always present beneath ordinary awareness. Contemplative practice became training in accessing and integrating transcendent insights, rather than acquisition of supernatural powers or escape from ordinary existence. The epileptic experience demonstrated that profound spiritual realization was possible even through involuntary altered states when they were understood and integrated properly. The doctrine of reincarnation required careful analysis in light of Dostoyevsky's understanding of eternal consciousness and temporal manifestation. Traditional reincarnation teachings assume linear time where consciousness moves through sequential lifetimes, accumulating experience and spiritual development. But if all temporal experience existed eternally and simultaneously, then consciousness did not move through time, but expressed itself through all possible temporal patterns simultaneously. What appeared as past and future lives from temporal perspective were actually simultaneous expressions of eternal consciousness, exploring different aspects of human possibility. This provided new understanding of why people sometimes felt connections to historical periods or cultures they had never directly encountered, since consciousness participated eternally in all human experience. The relationship between individual enlightenment and collective transformation received distinctive treatment in Dostoyevsky's synthesis of mystical insight and social responsibility. Eastern traditions often emphasized individual liberation through detachment from worldly concerns and social relationships. But Dostoyevsky's approach required complete engagement with temporal social existence as the necessary context for spiritual realization. Individual awakening to eternal consciousness created greater rather than lesser responsibility for alleviating temporal suffering and promoting social justice. The spiritually realized person could not withdraw from worldly concerns, but must participate more fully in them, while maintaining awareness of their eternal significance. The concept of the guru, or spiritual teacher, found new interpretation in Dostoyevsky's understanding of how transcendent insights could be communicated and transmitted. Rather than relying on formal teacher-student relationships or institutional spiritual authority, he developed methods of indirect communication through literature that could awaken spiritual recognition in readers. His novels functioned as spiritual teaching that operated through imaginative engagement rather than direct instruction or formal meditation practices. This democratized access to spiritual wisdom by making it available through cultural forms that required no special training or institutional affiliation. The reader's encounter with spiritually profound literature could provide access to the same transcendent insights that traditional spiritual practices were designed to cultivate. The integration of mystical experience with intellectual and artistic activity distinguished Dostoyevsky's approach from Eastern traditions that often viewed conceptual thinking and creative expression as obstacles to spiritual realization. His epileptic insights enhanced rather than replaced his capacity for philosophical analysis and literary creation. Transcendent spiritual experience became the source of deeper, rather than more limited engagement with intellectual and cultural activities. This suggested that genuine spiritual realization should enrich all dimensions of human existence, rather than requiring renunciation of mental and creative capacities. The goal was not elimination of thought and culture, but their transformation through conscious participation in the eternal creative activity that manifests itself through all forms of human expression. Part 14. German Idealism and the Phenomenology of Transcendent Experience. Dostoyevsky's epileptic revelations anticipated and provided experiential validation for many insights of German idealist philosophy, particularly Hegel's understanding of absolute spirit, manifesting itself through temporal development, and Schelling's philosophy of nature as the self-revelation of infinite consciousness. His direct experience of consciousness, transcending the limitations of individual awareness and temporal sequence, corresponded to Hegel's concept of consciousness rising through successive levels of self-understanding until it recognizes itself as identical with absolute reality. But while Hegel developed these insights through logical analysis and historical interpretation, Dostoyevsky's approach was grounded in direct phenomenological investigation of altered states of consciousness. This provided empirical foundation for idealist metaphysics that purely conceptual approaches could not supply, demonstrating that transcendent consciousness was not merely philosophical speculation, but lived reality accessible through appropriate conditions. His contribution was showing how idealist philosophy could be verified through first-person investigation of consciousness rather than relying solely on rational argument and cultural analysis. The relationship between finite and infinite consciousness that Dostoyevsky explored through his medical condition paralleled Schelling's understanding of nature as the unconscious activity of absolute spirit becoming conscious of itself through human awareness. During his epileptic auras, individual consciousness recognized itself as a particular manifestation of universal consciousness that was simultaneously the source and destination of all temporal experience. This dissolved the apparent opposition between subjective and objective, mind and nature, individual and universal, that had troubled philosophy since Descartes. Consciousness was revealed as both the most intimate aspect of personal experience and the most universal principle of cosmic existence. The epileptic experience provided direct verification of idealist claims about the fundamental identity of consciousness and reality that purely theoretical approaches could only assert as logical necessity. Kant's transcendental philosophy received new interpretation through Dostoyevsky's insights into consciousness that could transcend the normal limitations of space and time while remaining connected to temporal experience. Kant had argued that space and time were forms imposed by human consciousness rather than independent features of reality in itself. Dostoyevsky's epileptic transcendence of temporal limitations provided experiential evidence for this claim, while revealing that consciousness possessed capabilities that Kant had not fully recognized. The epileptic aura demonstrated that consciousness could operate according to principles that transcended the categories of ordinary experience without losing connection to practical engagement with temporal existence. This pointed toward forms of knowledge and experience that were neither purely empirical nor purely rational, but involved direct participation in the creative activity that generates both sensory experience and conceptual understanding. The phenomenological method that would later be developed by Husserl and other philosophers found anticipation in Dostoyevsky's careful description of consciousness during altered states. His detailed analysis of the temporal, spatial, emotional and cognitive dimensions of epileptic experience provided precise phenomenological investigation of consciousness freed from normal limitations. This demonstrated the value of first-person investigation of subjective experience as a source of philosophical insight that complemented but could not be reduced to objective scientific analysis. The epileptic aura became a natural laboratory for exploring the structures of consciousness that were normally hidden beneath ordinary awareness. His literary presentations of these experiences provided phenomenological descriptions that could guide readers toward recognition of similar structures within their own consciousness. The problem of the thing in itself that had troubled Kant and subsequent German philosophers received new treatment through Dostoyevsky's experience of consciousness accessing reality directly rather than through representational mediation. During his auras, consciousness seemed to transcend the subject-object distinction that normally characterized human knowledge, gaining direct access to reality rather than knowledge of appearances. This suggested that the thing in itself was not unknowable, but could be accessed through appropriate alterations in the structure of consciousness. The epileptic experience provided evidence that consciousness could transcend its normal limitations and achieve direct participation in the absolute reality that idealist philosophy had posited as the ultimate truth. This resolved the epistemological problems that had prevented German idealism from providing convincing demonstration of its metaphysical claims. The dialectical method that Hegel used to trace consciousness's development toward absolute knowledge found practical illustration in Dostoyevsky's exploration of characters who struggled with the tension between finite and infinite perspectives. His novels presented consciousness moving through stages of self-understanding that paralleled Hegel's phenomenology of spirit while remaining grounded in concrete psychological and social experience. Characters like Ivan Karamazov embodied the rational consciousness that demands logical justification for transcendent truth, while figures like Alyosha represented consciousness that had achieved integration of finite and infinite perspectives. The dramatic conflicts between these different approaches to ultimate questions provided literary demonstration of the dialectical process through which consciousness comes to understand its own nature. This showed how idealist philosophy could be translated into forms that engaged human experience at emotional and imaginative as well as purely intellectual levels. The aesthetic theory of German idealism, which understood art as the sensuous presentation of absolute truth, found new expression in Dostoyevsky's use of literature to communicate transcendent insights that could not be adequately expressed through conceptual analysis. His novels became what Hegel would have called concrete universals, particular narratives that embodied universal spiritual truths in forms that could be directly experienced rather than merely understood abstractly. The aesthetic experience of reading his works could provide access to the same transcendent insights that his epileptic auras had revealed directly. This demonstrated the philosophical significance of great art as a medium for spiritual realization that complemented but could not be replaced by rational investigation or mystical experience. Literature became a form of applied phenomenology that could guide consciousness toward recognition of its deeper nature through imaginative rather than purely analytical means. The political implications of German idealist philosophy, particularly Hegel's understanding of history as the progressive self-realization of absolute spirit, received critical evaluation through Dostoyevsky's insights into individual consciousness and social existence. While accepting the idealist claim that ultimate reality was spiritual rather than material, he rejected attempts to identify any particular political system with the final realization of absolute spirit. His understanding of eternal consciousness suggested that spiritual realization was available to individuals within any social circumstances rather than requiring particular historical developments. This created more modest expectations for political progress, while maintaining commitment to social justice as an expression of spiritual realization rather than a means to achieve it. The goal was conscious participation in eternal truth, rather than creation of perfect temporal institutions that would eliminate the need for individual spiritual development. Part 15. The Psychology of Spiritual Transformation. Dostoyevsky's epileptic experiences provided him with unique insights into the psychological mechanisms through which consciousness undergoes profound spiritual transformation. He observed that genuine spiritual change could not be achieved through willpower, rational decision, or external influence alone, but required fundamental alterations in the structure of consciousness itself. His epileptic auras demonstrated that such alterations were possible, revealing layers of awareness that were normally inaccessible to ordinary consciousness. This led him to develop what could be called transformational psychology, understanding of how consciousness could transcend its apparent limitations and access deeper dimensions of its own nature. The process involved not elimination of temporal consciousness, but expansion to include eternal awareness that provided new context for ordinary experience. The phenomenon of psychological death and rebirth that characterizes profound spiritual transformation found direct illustration in the pattern of Dostoyevsky's epileptic episodes. Each aura involved temporary dissolution of ordinary self-consciousness, followed by reconstruction of personal identity that incorporated insights from the transcendent experience. This process was often traumatic, since it required abandonment of familiar ways of understanding oneself and reality, without guarantee that adequate replacements would emerge. Many of his characters undergo similar processes of psychological death and rebirth, most notably Raskolnikov, whose crime destroys his previous identity, and whose recovery involves construction of new selfhood based on spiritual rather than purely rational principles. The pattern revealed that authentic spiritual growth often required passage through phases of disintegration that could not be avoided through careful planning or gradual adjustment. The role of suffering in spiritual transformation became central to Dostoyevsky's psychological understanding. He observed that consciousness often required intense disruption of its normal patterns before it would open to deeper dimensions of awareness. Suffering served not as punishment or meaningless affliction, but as catalyst that could break through the rigid structures that prevented consciousness from recognizing its true nature. This did not make suffering intrinsically valuable or justify causing unnecessary pain, but it revealed why spiritual growth often emerged from rather than in spite of difficult life circumstances. The key was learning to participate consciously in suffering rather than simply enduring it passively or attempting to avoid it completely. The integration of transcendent insights into ordinary consciousness presented complex psychological challenges that Dostoyevsky explored through both personal experience and literary analysis. The epileptic aura provided access to cosmic consciousness and absolute truth, but this experience had to be integrated with the practical demands of daily existence and social relationships. The challenge was maintaining awareness of eternal dimensions without losing effectiveness within temporal circumstances. Characters like Prince Mishkin illustrated the difficulties involved, since excessive identification with transcendent perspective could lead to practical incompetence and social isolation. Successful integration required development of what he called double consciousness, ability to operate simultaneously from both eternal and temporal perspectives without losing coherence or effectiveness. The relationship between psychological pathology and spiritual insight created complex interpretive challenges that Dostoyevsky addressed through careful analysis of altered states of consciousness. His epilepsy was clearly a medical condition that caused genuine suffering and practical limitations, yet it also provided access to spiritual insights that were unavailable through normal consciousness. This suggested that the distinction between mental health and mental illness was not as clear as conventional psychology assumed. Some forms of psychological disturbance might represent consciousness attempting to break through to deeper levels of awareness rather than simple malfunction of neural processes. The task was learning to distinguish between pathological symptoms that required medical treatment and spiritual experiences that required understanding and integration. The social dimensions of spiritual transformation involved complex negotiations between individual awakening and collective expectations and responsibilities. Consciousness that had undergone profound spiritual change often found itself alienated from social environments organized around purely temporal values and material concerns. But withdrawal from social engagement was not an authentic solution, since spiritual realization required expression through practical service and cultural contribution. The challenge was finding ways to participate fully in collective existence while maintaining connection to transcendent insights that others might not understand or appreciate. This required development of skills in what he called spiritual diplomacy, ability to communicate transcendent truths in forms that could be received by consciousness operating from different levels of spiritual development. The therapeutic applications of transformational psychology suggested new approaches to mental health treatment that addressed spiritual as well as psychological dimensions of human suffering. Many forms of psychological distress might reflect consciousness's yearning for transcendent meaning rather than simply chemical imbalances or environmental stress. Treatment approaches that focus solely on symptom reduction or behavioral adjustment might miss the spiritual significance of psychological symptoms and prevent authentic healing. Effective therapy required recognition of consciousness's transcendent dimensions and assistance in accessing and integrating spiritual insights that could provide ultimate context for psychological healing. The goal was not just restoration of normal functioning, but conscious participation in the spiritual development that psychological crisis often initiated. The developmental stages of spiritual transformation revealed predictable patterns that could provide guidance for individuals undergoing profound psychological and spiritual change. Dostoyevsky identified typical phases, including initial spiritual awakening, disintegration of previous identity structures, dark night of the soul where transcendent insights seemed lost, gradual integration of new understanding, and stabilization of expanded consciousness. Understanding these patterns could help people recognize that apparent regression or confusion during spiritual development might be temporary phases rather than permanent failures. The process required patience with natural rhythms of growth that could not be hurried through willpower or external intervention. Spiritual transformation was ultimately a gift of grace that consciousness could prepare for, but not force through deliberate effort. Part 16. The Influence on Modern Psychology and Consciousness Studies. Dostoyevsky's insights into altered states of consciousness and their relationship to spiritual experience anticipated major developments in 20th century psychology and neuroscience by several decades. His careful phenomenological descriptions of epileptic auras provided detailed analysis of transcendent consciousness that influenced later research into mystical experience, religious psychology, and the neurological basis of spiritual states. William James's groundbreaking work, The Varieties of Religious Experience, drew heavily on Dostoyevsky's literary presentations of altered consciousness to develop psychological understanding of mystical experience as legitimate subject for scientific investigation. Carl Jung's concept of the collective unconscious and archetypal patterns of human experience showed clear parallels to Dostoyevsky's insights into universal consciousness, accessible through individual awareness. Modern consciousness researchers like Stanislav Grof have explicitly acknowledged Dostoyevsky's contributions to understanding the therapeutic potential of non-ordinary states of consciousness. The development of phenomenological psychology owed significant debt to Dostoyevsky's method of careful first-person investigation of subjective experience. His detailed analysis of the temporal, spatial, emotional and cognitive dimensions of altered consciousness provided models for systematic study of subjective phenomena that complemented objective scientific approaches. Philosophers like Maurice Merleau-Ponty and psychologists like Eugene Gendlin developed methods of phenomenological investigation that built on Dostoyevsky's pioneering work in describing consciousness from the inside. This established first-person experience as legitimate source of knowledge about the nature of mind and consciousness, rather than mere object for external scientific analysis. Contemporary neurophenomenology, which combines neuroscientific investigation with detailed first-person reports, represents continuation of the approach that Dostoyevsky initiated through his analysis of epileptic experience. The field of transpersonal psychology emerged in part from recognition that human consciousness possessed transcendent dimensions that conventional psychology had neglected or dismissed as pathological. Dostoyevsky's demonstrations that altered states could provide access to expanded awareness and spiritual insight rather than simple dysfunction challenged reductive approaches to unusual psychological experiences. Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs and concept of self-actualization showed influence from Dostoyevsky's understanding that human beings possessed spiritual potentials that transcended basic psychological and social adjustment. Roberto Assagioli's psychosynthesis explicitly incorporated insights about higher consciousness and spiritual development that paralleled Dostoyevsky's investigations into the relationship between individual and universal awareness. These approaches recognized that mental health should include spiritual development rather than limiting treatment to elimination of symptoms and restoration of conventional functioning. The study of creativity and artistic inspiration found new direction through Dostoyevsky's insights into the relationship between altered consciousness and creative expression. His experience of accessing universal memory and cosmic consciousness during epileptic auras provided understanding of how artistic creation could draw on sources of inspiration that transcended individual knowledge and experience. Psychologists studying creativity began to recognize that great artistic achievement often involved temporary alterations in normal consciousness that allowed access to deeper layers of awareness. This led to investigation of flow states, peak experiences, and other altered conditions that enhanced rather than impaired creative capacity. Contemporary research into the neuroscience of creativity has confirmed that artistic inspiration involves changes in brain activity that parallel some aspects of Dostoyevsky's descriptions of epileptic consciousness. The development of depth psychology and psychoanalytic approaches to unconscious mental processes showed complex relationships to Dostoyevsky's insights into the multi-layered nature of consciousness. While Freud focused primarily on unconscious material that was repressed or sublimated, Dostoyevsky's approach emphasized unconscious dimensions that were transcendent rather than merely personal. Jung's concept of the collective unconscious and his interest in mystical experience showed clearer parallels to Dostoyevsky's understanding of universal consciousness accessible through individual awareness. But both approaches recognized that consciousness possessed depths and complexities that surface awareness could not fully comprehend or control. This established investigation of unconscious processes as central to understanding human psychology and spiritual development. The emergence of cognitive neuroscience and brain imaging technologies provided new tools for investigating the neurological basis of the consciousness states that Dostoyevsky had explored through direct experience. Modern research has confirmed that temporal lobe epilepsy can produce the types of experiences he described, involving alterations in temporal perception, expanded sense of meaning and significance, and feelings of cosmic unity. Studies of meditation, psychedelic experiences, and near-death states have revealed similar patterns of brain activity that support Dostoyevsky's claims about consciousness transcending normal limitations. But the neuroscientific findings raise the same interpretive questions that Dostoyevsky had grappled with about the relationship between brain states and consciousness. Does altered brain activity produce transcendent experience? Or does expanded consciousness manifest through neurological changes that make such experiences possible? The practical applications of Dostoyevsky's insights in therapeutic and educational contexts continue to develop as psychology recognizes the importance of meaning, purpose, and spiritual development in human well-being. Approaches like logotherapy, existential psychology, and mindfulness-based therapies incorporate understanding that psychological healing often requires attention to transcendent dimensions of human experience. Educational methods that recognize multiple intelligences and different learning styles reflect insights about consciousness that Dostoyevsky had developed through his investigations of altered awareness. The growing integration of contemplative practices with psychological treatment and educational approaches represents continuation of his work in bridging spiritual experience and practical application. His fundamental insight that consciousness possesses dimensions beyond ordinary awareness continues to influence contemporary approaches to human development and healing. Part 17. Contemporary Relevance and the Crisis of Meaning. Dostoyevsky's insights into eternal consciousness and the transcendent dimensions of human experience have gained renewed relevance in contemporary culture, struggling with what he presciently identified as the spiritual consequences of materialist reductionism. His predictions about the nihilistic implications of rejecting transcendent meaning have proven remarkably accurate in describing the psychological and social crises that characterize modern secular civilization. The epidemic of depression, anxiety, and existential emptiness that affects developed societies reflects the spiritual vacuum that Dostoyevsky warned would result from consciousness identifying exclusively with temporal and material existence. His epileptic revelations about eternal consciousness provide resources for addressing these contemporary crises by revealing dimensions of human nature that purely secular approaches cannot recognize or cultivate. The task is translating his insights into forms that can serve contemporary needs without requiring acceptance of his specific religious or metaphysical commitments. The technological transformation of human consciousness through digital media and artificial intelligence creates new urgency for understanding the relationship between individual awareness and universal consciousness that Dostoyevsky explored through his medical condition. Contemporary concerns about technology replacing human intelligence and social media fragmenting authentic personal relationships reflect deeper anxieties about consciousness losing connection to its transcendent dimensions. Dostoyevsky's insights suggest that technological development, becomes spiritually destructive, when it reduces consciousness to information processing rather than recognizing its creative and transcendent capacities. But technology could also serve spiritual purposes if it were designed to enhance rather than replace the contemplative and creative activities through which consciousness realizes its deeper nature. The key is maintaining awareness of consciousness's eternal dimensions, while engaging creatively with technological possibilities. The environmental crisis and climate change represent contemporary expressions of the spiritual crisis that Dostoyevsky analyzed through his understanding of consciousness alienated from its eternal foundation. Materialist culture that treats nature as mere resource for human consumption reflects the same reductive consciousness that reduces human beings to biological machines responding to environmental stimuli. Environmental healing requires recognition of consciousness's participation in the cosmic creative activity that generates and sustains all natural processes. Dostoyevsky's insights into eternal consciousness suggest that authentic environmental responsibility emerges from spiritual recognition of consciousness's unity with all existence, rather than from purely rational calculations about resource management and technological solutions. This provides foundation for environmental ethics that transcends both anthropocentric exploitation and misanthropic rejection of human cultural development. The political polarization and social fragmentation that characterize contemporary democratic societies reflect the loss of shared spiritual foundations that can unite people across ideological differences. Dostoyevsky's understanding of eternal consciousness as the common foundation of all individual awareness provides resources for political reconciliation that purely secular approaches cannot supply. Recognition that political opponents are ultimately expressions of the same universal consciousness could create empathy and mutual respect that transcends partisan divisions. But this requires spiritual maturity that can maintain commitment to justice and truth while recognizing the eternal dignity of those who hold different temporal perspectives. Political engagement becomes spiritual practice that serves consciousness's self-realization rather than mere competition for power and resources. The crisis in traditional religious institutions and the rise of spiritual but not religious identity reflects widespread hunger for transcendent meaning, combined with suspicion of institutional authority that Dostoyevsky anticipated in his critique of ecclesiastical Christianity. His approach to spirituality, that emphasized direct access to eternal consciousness rather than mediation through religious institutions, provides models for authentic spiritual life that transcends traditional institutional boundaries. But this individualistic approach requires balance with recognition that spiritual development occurs within communities and cultural traditions that preserve and transmit wisdom across generations. The challenge is maintaining connection to traditional spiritual resources while remaining open to direct spiritual experience that transcends any particular institutional form. This requires spiritual maturity that can appreciate institutional wisdom without becoming dependent on external authority for access to transcendent truth. The globalization of human culture and communication creates both opportunities and challenges for consciousness development that Dostoyevsky's insights can help illuminate. Global awareness of human diversity and cultural achievement could serve spiritual development by revealing the infinite creativity of consciousness, expressing itself through different historical and geographical circumstances. But globalization can also lead to cultural homogenization and loss of the local traditions and practices that have historically provided contexts for spiritual development. Dostoyevsky's understanding suggests that authentic globalization should celebrate rather than eliminate cultural diversity while recognizing the universal spiritual principles that underlie all genuine cultural achievement. This requires consciousness mature enough to appreciate both universal truth and particular cultural expressions without reducing either to the other. The therapeutic applications of Dostoyevsky's insights have particular relevance for contemporary mental health challenges that often reflect spiritual as well as psychological dimensions. The epidemic of depression and anxiety in developed societies may reflect consciousness's yearning for transcendent meaning in cultures that provide only material and social satisfactions. Treatment approaches that address only psychological symptoms without recognizing spiritual dimensions may provide temporary relief without facilitating authentic healing. Dostoyevsky's understanding of consciousness's transcendent nature suggests that mental health requires attention to meaning, purpose, and spiritual development, as well as symptom management and behavioral change. This does not require adoption of traditional religious beliefs, but it does require recognition that human consciousness possesses dimensions that purely secular psychology cannot adequately address. The educational implications of Dostoyevsky's insights have particular importance for preparing future generations to navigate the complex challenges of technological civilization while maintaining connection to transcendent sources of meaning and value. Educational approaches that focus solely on information transmission and skill development may fail to cultivate the spiritual maturity required for wise engagement with unprecedented historical challenges. Education needs to address consciousness development and spiritual maturation, as well as intellectual and practical preparation for economic and social participation. This requires educational methods that can recognize and cultivate the transcendent dimensions of human consciousness that Dostoyevsky revealed through his investigations of altered awareness. The goal is not indoctrination into particular spiritual beliefs, but development of consciousness capable of accessing transcendent wisdom while engaging effectively with temporal responsibilities and opportunities. Part 18. The Future of Human Consciousness. Dostoyevsky's epileptic revelations about the eternal dimensions of consciousness provide profound insights into the future evolutionary possibilities of human awareness. His experience of consciousness transcending the normal limitations of time, space, and individual identity suggests that what we consider ordinary human consciousness may represent only a preliminary stage in consciousness development. The epileptic aura revealed capacities for cosmic awareness, universal memory, and transcendent understanding that could potentially become accessible to human beings generally, rather than remaining exceptional experiences available only through medical conditions or intensive spiritual practice. This points toward evolutionary possibilities for consciousness development that could transform human civilization as profoundly as the development of language, writing, and scientific thinking have transformed previous stages of cultural evolution. The question is whether humanity can develop these capacities voluntarily through conscious effort, or whether they will emerge only through crisis and disruption of normal consciousness patterns. The relationship between technological development and consciousness evolution presents complex challenges and opportunities that Dostoyevsky's insights can help illuminate. Artificial intelligence and brain-computer interfaces could potentially provide technological access to some of the expanded awareness capabilities that Dostoyevsky experienced through epileptic episodes. But technological enhancement of consciousness raises fundamental questions about the relationship between authentic spiritual development and artificial augmentation of human capacities. Dostoyevsky's understanding suggests that genuine consciousness expansion requires integration of transcendent insights with moral and spiritual maturation, rather than simple amplification of cognitive processing power. The challenge is ensuring that technological development serves rather than replaces the organic spiritual development that leads to wisdom and compassion, as well as expanded awareness. The potential for collective consciousness evolution represents one of the most intriguing implications of Dostoyevsky's insights into universal consciousness accessible through individual awareness. If individual consciousness can expand to encompass cosmic awareness, this suggests possibilities for collective human consciousness that could transcend the limitations of current social and political organization. Global communication technologies already create unprecedented possibilities for shared awareness and collective intelligence that could serve as technological foundation for higher forms of social consciousness. But realizing these possibilities requires spiritual as well as technological development, cultivation of wisdom and compassion that can guide the application of enhanced collective capabilities. The goal would be emergence of what could be called conscious civilization, human society organized around recognition of consciousness's transcendent dimensions rather than purely material and competitive concerns. The environmental implications of consciousness evolution could provide solutions to ecological crises that purely technological and political approaches cannot achieve. Dostoyevsky's insights into consciousness's participation in cosmic creative activity suggest that environmental healing requires spiritual as well as practical transformation of human relationship with natural processes. Consciousness that recognizes its eternal dimensions would naturally develop ecological wisdom that treats environmental protection as spiritual practice rather than external obligation. This could lead to economic and social systems that serve both human development and environmental sustainability because they would be based on recognition of consciousness's unity with all existence. The result could be truly sustainable civilization that enhances rather than threatens the natural systems that support all life on Earth. The educational transformation required for consciousness evolution would involve fundamental changes in how human beings understand learning, development, and the purposes of education. Current educational systems focus primarily on information transmission and skill development for economic participation rather than consciousness development and spiritual maturation. Education designed to cultivate the consciousness capacities that Dostoyevsky revealed would emphasize contemplative practices, creative expression, and service to others as core elements of human development. This would require educational approaches that address intellectual, emotional, physical, and spiritual dimensions of human nature as integrated aspects of consciousness development. The goal would be preparation for conscious participation in the evolutionary transformation of human civilization, rather than simply adaptation to existing social and economic structures. The therapeutic implications of consciousness evolution suggest possibilities for healing approaches that address the deepest sources of human suffering and limitation. If consciousness can access its eternal dimensions through appropriate conditions and practices, this could provide resources for healing that transcend the current limitations of medical and psychological treatment. Mental illness, addiction, and other forms of psychological suffering might be addressed through methods that reconnect consciousness with its transcendent foundation, rather than focusing solely on symptom management and behavioral adjustment. This does not mean abandoning conventional medical treatment, but supplementing it with approaches that recognize and cultivate the spiritual dimensions of healing and development. The result could be healthcare systems that serve human flourishing, rather than just disease prevention and symptom relief. The scientific implications of consciousness evolution could lead to new forms of research and investigation that integrate first-person and third-person approaches to understanding reality. Dostoyevsky's method of careful phenomenological investigation of altered consciousness anticipated developments in consciousness studies that recognize subjective experience as legitimate source of knowledge about the nature of mind and reality. Future science might develop methods for systematic investigation of consciousness that combine objective measurement with disciplined first-person exploration of subjective phenomena. This could lead to scientific understanding that transcends the current limitations of both materialist reductionism and religious dogmatism by providing empirical access to the transcendent dimensions of existence that Dostoyevsky revealed through his epileptic investigations. The result could be integral science that serves both practical applications and spiritual understanding as complementary aspects of human relationship with truth. The ultimate significance of Dostoyevsky's insights for the future of human consciousness lies in their demonstration that what we consider normal human awareness represents only a fraction of consciousness's true capacities and potential. His epileptic revelations provided empirical evidence that consciousness can transcend every apparent limitation while remaining grounded in practical engagement with temporal existence. This suggests that human evolution has reached a stage where further development will be primarily consciousness evolution rather than biological adaptation to environmental pressures. The challenge is learning to cultivate voluntarily the expanded awareness capacities that Dostoyevsky accessed involuntarily through his medical condition. Success in this evolutionary project could transform human civilization as profoundly as the development of self-reflective consciousness transformed our ancestors from biological organisms responding to environmental pressures into cultural beings capable of creating meaning and purpose through conscious choice and creative expression. Part 19. Practical Applications and Contemplative Practices. The translation of Dostoyevsky's insights into practical methods for consciousness development requires careful analysis of the conditions that facilitated his access to transcendent awareness. While epileptic seizures cannot be recommended as spiritual practices, the consciousness states they produced can be approached through voluntary contemplative disciplines that create similar conditions of expanded awareness. His descriptions of consciousness transcending temporal limitations suggest that meditation practices focused on present moment awareness could provide access to the eternal dimension he experienced during epileptic auras. But such practices must be approached with understanding that their goal is not escape from temporal existence, but conscious participation in the eternal creative activity that manifests itself through temporal experience. The key is developing what he called double consciousness, ability to maintain awareness of both eternal and temporal dimensions simultaneously rather than alternating between them. The development of memory practices based on Dostoyevsky's insights into cosmic memory could provide methods for accessing universal human wisdom through individual consciousness. His experience of remembering events he had never personally experienced suggests that consciousness has access to collective human knowledge that transcends individual learning and cultural conditioning. Contemplative practices that involve systematic exploration of memory could potentially access these deeper layers of awareness that connect individual consciousness to universal human experience. This would require approaches that go beyond personal biographical memory to explore the archetypal patterns and universal themes that underlie all human experience. The goal would be development of wisdom that draws on the complete heritage of human spiritual and cultural development rather than being limited to individual experience and cultural background. The cultivation of what Dostoyevsky called conscious love provides practical methods for developing the universal compassion he experienced during his transcendent states. His insight that all apparent individuals are expressions of the same eternal consciousness suggests that authentic love recognizes the ultimate unity underlying surface differences and conflicts. This could be cultivated through practices that systematically extend compassion beyond personal preferences and tribal loyalties to include all beings as expressions of the same universal consciousness. Such practices would involve both contemplative exercises that cultivate emotional expansion and practical service activities that express universal compassion through concrete action. The goal is not sentimental emotion, but recognition of the literal truth about consciousness's fundamental unity that naturally expresses itself as compassionate action. The development of creative practices based on Dostoyevsky's understanding of artistic inspiration as participation in cosmic creativity could provide methods for accessing transcendent dimensions through cultural activities. His insight that creativity involves consciousness participating in the eternal creative activity that generates all existence suggests that artistic practice can serve spiritual development as well as cultural expression. This requires approaches to creative activity that emphasize receptivity to inspiration beyond individual imagination, rather than focusing solely on technical skill and personal expression. Creative practice becomes spiritual discipline when it serves consciousness, exploration rather than ego enhancement or commercial success. The goal is developing capacity for what could be called conscious creativity, artistic expression that channels transcendent insights into forms that can awaken similar awareness in others. The application of Dostoyevsky's insights to healing practices suggests therapeutic approaches that address spiritual dimensions of suffering as well as psychological and physical symptoms. His understanding that consciousness chooses its complete temporal experience for spiritual purposes points toward healing methods that help people discover the meaning and purpose inherent in their particular challenges and limitations. This does not mean avoiding medical treatment or accepting unnecessary suffering, but finding ways to participate consciously in the spiritual development that difficult experiences can facilitate. Healing becomes collaboration with consciousness's own wisdom rather than external intervention that eliminates symptoms without addressing their deeper significance. The goal is not just restoration of normal functioning, but conscious participation in the spiritual purposes that illness and suffering can serve when understood properly. The development of contemplative reading practices based on Dostoyevsky's literary methods could provide access to transcendent insights through engagement with spiritually profound texts. His novels were designed to evoke expanded consciousness in readers through imaginative participation in characters' spiritual struggles and realizations. This suggests possibilities for reading practices that engage literature as spiritual discipline rather than mere entertainment or intellectual analysis. Such practices would involve meditative engagement with texts that allows their spiritual insights to awaken similar recognition in the reader's consciousness. The goal is using great literature as guidance for consciousness development rather than simply appreciating it as cultural achievement or artistic expression. The integration of Dostoyevsky's insights with contemporary psychological and spiritual practices requires careful balance between respecting traditional wisdom and adapting it to contemporary needs and understanding. His spiritual insights emerged from specifically Christian cultural context, but address universal dimensions of consciousness that transcend any particular religious tradition. The challenge is translating these insights into forms that can serve people from diverse cultural backgrounds without losing their essential spiritual significance. This requires approaches that honor both universal spiritual principles and particular cultural expressions, while remaining open to new forms of practice that serve contemporary consciousness development needs. The goal is practical wisdom that can guide consciousness development while respecting the diversity of paths through which different individuals can access transcendent awareness. The community dimensions of consciousness development require social contexts that can support and guide individual practice while creating collective conditions for spiritual growth. Dostoyevsky's insights suggest that consciousness development occurs most effectively within communities that share commitment to transcendent values, while respecting individual differences in spiritual temperament and development level. This points toward needs for new forms of spiritual community that can serve consciousness development without requiring adherence to specific doctrinal beliefs or institutional authorities. Such communities would emphasize shared practice and mutual support for spiritual development rather than common intellectual positions or cultural identities. The goal is creating social conditions that facilitate rather than hinder individual access to the transcendent dimensions of consciousness that Dostoyevsky revealed through his extraordinary experiences. Part 20. The Eternal Second as Gateway to Ultimate Reality. The culminating insight of Dostoyevsky's epileptic revelations was his recognition that a single moment of temporal experience, when consciousness is properly attuned, can contain infinite depth and eternal significance. The eternal second was not simply a mystical experience, but a doorway into the fundamental structure of reality itself, where every temporal moment participates in eternal being. This revelation transformed his understanding of the relationship between time and eternity, from philosophical speculation into lived reality that could be verified through direct conscious experience. The implications extend far beyond individual spiritual realization to encompass the deepest questions about the nature of existence, consciousness, and ultimate reality that have occupied philosophers, theologians, and scientists throughout human history. His contribution was demonstrating that these ultimate questions could be approached through careful investigation of consciousness itself, rather than relying solely on rational argument, empirical observation, or traditional religious authority. The metaphysical significance of the eternal second lies in its revelation of time as the moving image of eternity rather than an independent dimension within which events occur. During his epileptic auras, Dostoyevsky experienced each moment as containing the fullness of temporal existence while simultaneously transcending all temporal limitations. This suggested that eternity was not endless duration, but a dimension of depth within every temporal moment that ordinary consciousness fails to recognize. The eternal second became a gateway through which consciousness could access the timeless foundation that underlies all temporal experience without escaping from practical engagement with changing circumstances. This resolved the traditional opposition between time and eternity by revealing them as complementary aspects of a more fundamental reality that encompasses both temporal sequence and eternal presence. The epistemological implications of the eternal second challenge conventional approaches to knowledge that assume truth must be discovered through gradual accumulation of information or logical analysis of concepts. Dostoyevsky's experience suggested that ultimate truth was accessible through direct conscious realization that could occur instantaneously when appropriate conditions were present. The eternal second provided complete understanding of existence that was simultaneously immediate and comprehensive, particular and universal, temporal and eternal. This pointed toward forms of knowledge that transcended the limitations of both empirical investigation and rational analysis, by providing direct participation in the truth they sought to understand. But such knowledge could not be communicated directly through ordinary language or conceptual formulation, requiring instead the indirect methods of art, literature, and contemplative practice that could evoke similar recognition in others. The theological significance of the eternal second provided Dostoyevsky with new understanding of divine presence within temporal existence that transcended traditional distinctions between sacred and secular, natural and supernatural. God was not a separate being who intervened in temporal events from external transcendent realm, but the eternal dimension of consciousness that was always present within every moment of experience. The eternal second revealed that what religious traditions called divine presence was actually the deepest level of consciousness's own nature rather than external spiritual reality. This created radically immanent theology, where spiritual realization involved recognizing, rather than achieving, divine consciousness, awakening to what was eternally present, rather than acquiring something foreign to human nature. But this immanence did not eliminate transcendence, since consciousness's eternal dimension infinitely exceeded the limitations of individual personality and temporal circumstances. The psychological significance of the eternal second provided new understanding of mental health and human development, as consciousness recognizing and actualizing its transcendent potential. Psychological suffering often reflected consciousness's alienation from its eternal foundation rather than simply chemical imbalances or environmental stress. The eternal second demonstrated that consciousness possessed capacities for joy, understanding, and creative expression that transcended any particular life circumstances or personal limitations. This suggested therapeutic approaches that focused on helping people access their own transcendent dimensions, rather than simply adjusting them to social expectations or eliminating troublesome symptoms. Mental health became conscious participation in eternal creativity rather than mere absence of psychological distress or successful adaptation to temporal circumstances. The social implications of the eternal second pointed toward possibilities for human community based on recognition of consciousness's universal foundation rather than shared material interests or cultural identities. If every individual could potentially access the eternal dimension where all apparent diversity was revealed as expressions of unified consciousness, this could provide basis for social cooperation that transcended ethnic, national, and ideological divisions. The eternal second suggested that authentic human community required spiritual as well as political and economic development, cultivation of consciousness mature enough to recognize eternal unity while respecting temporal diversity. This did not eliminate the importance of justice, democracy, and material welfare, but placed these temporal concerns within eternal context that could provide ultimate guidance for social development. Society became vehicle for consciousness's collective self-realization rather than mere arrangement for managing competing individual interests. The artistic implications of the eternal second revealed the deepest purposes of creative expression as making eternal truth accessible through temporal forms that could awaken transcendent recognition in others. Great art was not simply personal expression or cultural achievement, but participation in the eternal creative activity that continuously generates all existence. The Eternal Second showed that artistic inspiration involved consciousness accessing its cosmic creative capacity rather than manipulating existing materials according to individual preferences or social conventions. This explained why authentic artistic creation could seem to come from beyond the artist's personal knowledge and intention, while nevertheless expressing the deepest truth about human experience. Art became spiritual practice that served consciousness development for both creator and audience rather than mere entertainment or cultural decoration. The ultimate legacy of Dostoyevsky's insights into the Eternal Second lies in their demonstration that human consciousness possesses unlimited potential for transcendence while remaining grounded in practical engagement with temporal existence. The Eternal Second was not escape from ordinary reality, but discovery of its infinite depth and ultimate significance. This provides hope that humanity can develop beyond its current limitations, while maintaining connection to the practical responsibilities and creative opportunities that temporal existence provides. The goal is not elimination of time, but conscious participation in the eternal creative activity that expresses itself through temporal development. Dostoyevsky's greatest gift to human understanding was his demonstration that every person possesses access to this eternal dimension through the simple fact of being conscious, making transcendent spiritual realization a universal human possibility rather than special privilege reserved for extraordinary individuals. The Eternal Second remains available to anyone willing to investigate consciousness deeply enough to discover the infinite treasure hidden within the most ordinary moment of aware existence. In the cold grey streets of 19th century St. Petersburg, a man walked who would change how humanity understands itself forever. Fyodor Dostoyevsky was not just a novelist. He was a philosopher, a psychologist, a prophet, and a spiritual revolutionary who anticipated the greatest discoveries of the 20th century. Long before Freud explored the unconscious mind, Dostoyevsky had mapped its darkest territories. Decades before existentialists declared that existence precedes essence, Dostoyevsky had dramatized this truth through unforgettable characters. Years before totalitarian regimes arose to terrorize the world, Dostoyevsky had predicted exactly how they would operate and why they would appeal to millions of people. What you are about to hear is every major philosophical idea that this genius ever developed. This is not mere literature we are discussing. These novels and stories contain the most profound insights into human nature ever written. They explore the deepest questions that have haunted humanity since the beginning of time. Why do we suffer? What does it mean to be free? How can we find meaning in an apparently meaningless universe? What is the relationship between good and evil? Can human beings create a perfect society? Does God exist, and if so, how can we explain innocent suffering? Dostoyevsky did not approach these questions as an abstract philosopher sitting in an ivory tower. He lived through some of the most traumatic experiences imaginable. He was arrested as a young man for revolutionary activities and sentenced to death by firing squad. At the last possible moment, as he stood blindfolded before the guns, a messenger arrived with news that his sentence had been commuted to hard labor in Siberia. He spent 4 years in a brutal prison camp where he witnessed the absolute depths of human cruelty and degradation. He suffered from epilepsy his entire adult life. He struggled with gambling addiction. He lost beloved children. He lived in poverty for much of his life. He knew suffering intimately, and this gave his philosophical insights a power and authenticity that purely academic philosophers could never achieve. But Dostoyevsky was also a man of extraordinary genius and learning. He read voraciously in philosophy, theology, psychology, and political theory. He engaged with the greatest thinkers of his time and understood the intellectual currents that were shaping the modern world. He saw where these ideas were leading, and he was horrified by what he saw. He witnessed the rise of materialism, atheism, socialism, and scientific rationalism, and he understood that these seemingly progressive ideas contained the seeds of unprecedented human destruction. He dedicated his life to warning humanity about the dangers ahead and pointing toward a different path. The philosophy you are about to explore is not a systematic academic theory. It is a living, breathing exploration of the human soul. It emerges through characters who feel as real as the people in your own life. It is dramatized through stories that will haunt you long after you finish hearing them. It is a philosophy born from suffering, refined through genius, and offered as a gift to anyone willing to grapple with the deepest truths about human existence. Prepare yourself for a journey into the mind of one of the greatest thinkers who ever lived. Part 1. The Sacred Foundation of Human Freedom. Freedom is not a political concept for Dostoyevsky. It is not about voting rights or constitutional protections or economic systems. Freedom is the metaphysical foundation of human existence itself. It is what separates human beings from animals, machines, and even angels. It is the most precious and most terrible gift that humans possess, and it is the source of both our greatest glory and our deepest misery. To understand Dostoyevsky's philosophy of freedom, you must first understand what he means by the word. When most people think of freedom, they imagine the ability to do whatever they want without interference. They think of freedom from external constraints. But Dostoyevsky is talking about something much more fundamental and much more disturbing. He is talking about the freedom to choose between good and evil, the freedom to act against your own self-interest, the freedom to destroy yourself and others for no rational reason whatsoever, the freedom to say no to God, to happiness, to love, to life itself. This freedom is not optional for human beings. We cannot give it up even if we want to. Even when we try to surrender our freedom to authority figures, political systems, or religious institutions, we are still making a free choice to surrender. Even when we claim that our actions are determined by genetics, social conditioning, or unconscious drives, we are still freely choosing to accept that deterministic explanation. Freedom haunts every human moment. It lurks behind every decision, no matter how small or seemingly automatic. We are condemned to be free, and this condemnation is the source of human anxiety, guilt, and existential terror. Why would anyone want such a terrible burden? Why would a loving God curse human beings with such a frightening responsibility? Because without freedom, goodness would be meaningless. A robot programmed to help people is not morally praiseworthy. An animal acting on instinct to protect its young is not exhibiting virtue. Only a being who could choose evil but freely chooses good deserves moral credit. Only a being who could reject love but freely chooses to love is capable of genuine love. Only a being who could despair but freely chooses hope is exhibiting real courage. But here is where Dostoyevsky becomes truly radical. Most human beings, he argues, cannot handle this level of freedom. It is too terrifying, too burdensome, too overwhelming. Most people, when faced with genuine freedom, will do anything to escape it. They will surrender their autonomy to political leaders who promise to take care of them. They will adopt rigid ideologies that tell them exactly what to think and feel. They will lose themselves in addictions, distractions, and mindless pleasures. They will do anything to avoid the terrible responsibility of having to choose who they want to be. This creates a fundamental tragedy in human existence. The very thing that makes us human is the thing that most of us desperately want to escape. We want to be free, but we do not want the responsibility that comes with freedom. We want to make choices, but we do not want to face the consequences of our choices. We want to be good, but we do not want to struggle with the temptation to be evil. We want love, but we do not want to risk the vulnerability that genuine love requires. Dostoyevsky illustrates this tragedy through the underground man, one of the most important characters in all of literature. The underground man is a former government clerk who has withdrawn from society and spends his time writing bitter notes about the nature of human existence. He is highly intelligent, deeply self-aware, and completely miserable. He understands exactly what he should do to improve his life, but he refuses to do it. He sabotages his own happiness, destroys his relationships, and wallows in his own suffering. Why does he do this? Because it is the only way he can assert his freedom. By choosing to be miserable, he proves that he is not a machine programmed for happiness. The underground man would rather suffer as a free being than be happy as a slave. This is the essence of human perversity that Dostoyevsky discovered. We will choose suffering over happiness if suffering is the only way to prove our autonomy. We will act against our own interests simply to demonstrate that we are not predictable. We will embrace irrationality as a form of rebellion against any system that tries to reduce us to logical formulas. We are willing to go to hell as long as we can choose hell for ourselves rather than having heaven imposed upon us. This insight has profound implications for politics, psychology, religion, and every other area of human concern. Any system that tries to perfect human beings by eliminating their capacity for free choice will ultimately fail. Any ideology that promises to create happiness by removing the possibility of choosing unhappiness will produce rebellion and resentment. Any political program that treats people as rational actors who will always choose their own self-interest will be surprised by human perversity. Any psychological theory that tries to explain all human behavior in terms of deterministic causes will miss the irreducible element of freedom that makes us human. But Dostoyevsky does not stop with this negative insight. He also shows us what freedom looks like when it is exercised in the service of love rather than rebellion. Characters like Alyosha Karamazov and Prince Mishkin demonstrate that it is possible to freely choose goodness, compassion, and self-sacrifice. These characters are not weak or naive. They understand the full horror of human existence, the reality of evil, and the temptation to despair. But they freely choose to respond with love anyway. This choice is not determined by their genetics, their upbringing, or their social circumstances. It is a free act of will that transcends all natural and social causation. This positive freedom is not easy to achieve. It requires tremendous spiritual strength, moral courage, and willingness to suffer. It cannot be programmed, taught, or legislated into existence. It must be chosen freely by each individual in the depths of their own soul. And it must be chosen again and again, moment by moment, throughout an entire lifetime. This is why Dostoyevsky believed that freedom is ultimately a spiritual rather than a political or psychological category. True freedom comes not from the absence of external constraints, but from the presence of internal grace. It is the freedom to love even when love is not returned, to forgive even when forgiveness is not deserved, to hope even when hope seems impossible. The path to this higher freedom leads through suffering, and this is perhaps the most difficult aspect of Dostoyevsky's philosophy for modern people to accept. We live in a culture that views suffering as an unmitigated evil, to be eliminated through technology, therapy, or social reform. But Dostoyevsky argues that suffering is often the only way that human beings learn to exercise their freedom responsibly. Suffering breaks down our illusions of self-sufficiency and forces us to confront the deepest questions of existence. It strips away our pretenses and reveals who we really are beneath all our social masks. It teaches us compassion for others who suffer. It opens our hearts to the possibility of redemption and transformation. Without suffering, we would remain spiritually immature, incapable of genuine love or authentic choice. Part 2. The Underground Mind and Modern Consciousness. In 1864, Dostoyevsky created a character who would become the archetypal figure of modern alienation. The underground man is not just a literary creation. He is a prophetic vision of what human consciousness would become in the modern world. He represents the first fully self-aware neurotic in literature, a man whose intelligence has become his curse and whose self-consciousness has paralyzed him completely. When you understand the underground man, you understand the psychological condition of millions of people living today. The underground man begins his confession with words that have echoed through philosophy and psychology for over a century and a half. He declares himself to be a sick man, a spiteful man, an unattractive man. But these are not mere insults he is hurling at himself. They are precise diagnoses of a new form of human consciousness that was emerging in the modern world. He is sick with excessive self-awareness. He is spiteful because his intelligence has revealed the futility of human existence. He's unattractive because his hyperactive mind has made him incapable of natural, spontaneous human connection. The underground man's fundamental problem is that he thinks too much. In earlier ages, people could act on instinct, tradition, or religious faith without endless self-questioning. But the underground man has been exposed to modern education, scientific thinking, and philosophical skepticism. He cannot accept anything on faith. He cannot act on impulse without analyzing his motives. He cannot make any decision without seeing all the possible objections to that decision. He is trapped in what we might now call analysis paralysis, but Dostoyevsky understood this condition decades before psychologists gave it a name. This excessive consciousness creates a terrible problem for action. The underground man knows exactly what he should do to improve his life, but knowing and doing are two completely different things. He should exercise, but he analyzes his motives for exercise until the impulse dies. He should socialize, but he anticipates every possible social embarrassment until he talks himself out of leaving his apartment. He should work on meaningful projects, but he questions the ultimate value of all human endeavors until he becomes paralyzed by nihilistic doubt. Intelligence, which should be humanity's greatest gift, has become his greatest curse. But the underground man's problems go deeper than mere overthinking. He has also lost the ability to feel genuine emotions. Everything he experiences is filtered through multiple layers of self-consciousness until the original feeling is completely distorted. When he feels angry, he immediately begins analyzing his anger, questioning its legitimacy, anticipating how others will judge it, and wondering about its deeper psychological causes. By the time he finishes this analysis, The anger has transformed into something completely different, usually self-hatred or bitter resentment. He cannot experience any emotion purely because his mind immediately begins dissecting and critiquing every feeling. This creates a fundamental alienation from his own inner life. The underground man feels like a stranger to himself. He watches his own thoughts and feelings as if they belong to someone else. He becomes divided against himself, with one part of his mind constantly observing and judging the other parts. This internal division makes authentic self-expression impossible. Everything he says or does feels artificial and calculated because it has been filtered through so many layers of self-consciousness. The underground man also suffers from what we might now call social anxiety. But again, Dostoyevsky understood this condition long before it became a recognized psychological category. The underground man desperately wants human connection, but his self-consciousness makes normal social interaction almost impossible. When he enters a room full of people, he immediately begins analyzing how they are perceiving him. He notices every facial expression, every tone of voice, every gesture, and interprets them all as evidence of rejection or contempt. He becomes so focused on managing his image that he loses all ability to be genuinely present with other people. His attempts at conversation feel forced and awkward because he is constantly monitoring himself rather than simply responding naturally. This social anxiety creates a vicious cycle that traps the underground man in deeper and deeper isolation. Because he feels awkward in social situations, he begins avoiding them. But the more he isolates himself, the more awkward he becomes when he does venture out. Eventually he develops elaborate theories about why other people are inferior, and why solitude is actually preferable to human company. These theories are really just defense mechanisms designed to protect his wounded ego, but he convinces himself that they represent sophisticated philosophical insights. He transforms his psychological problems into intellectual positions. The underground man also exhibits what psychologists would later call cognitive dissonance. He holds contradictory beliefs and desires simultaneously, and the tension between them drives him to increasingly irrational behavior. He claims to value reason above everything else, but then acts in completely irrational ways. He insists that he wants to be left alone, but then becomes furious when people ignore him. He declares that he despises society, but then becomes desperate for social approval. He proclaims his independence from conventional morality, but then tortures himself with guilt over minor transgressions. These contradictions are not accidental or temporary. They are built into the structure of modern consciousness itself. The underground man has been educated to believe in reason, individual autonomy, and scientific materialism. But human beings are not purely rational creatures, and these modern ideologies cannot satisfy their deeper emotional and spiritual needs. The result is a permanent state of internal conflict between what the underground man thinks he should believe and what he actually experiences. His mind has been modernized, but his heart still yearns for meaning, connection, and transcendence. Dostoyevsky shows us that this conflict leads to a peculiar form of suffering that is distinctly modern. In earlier ages, people suffered from poverty, disease, war, and natural disasters. These forms of suffering were terrible, but they were also comprehensible and shared. The underground man suffers from something much more subtle and isolating. He suffers from the inability to believe in anything, to feel anything purely, or to connect authentically with anyone. He suffers from the loss of meaning, purpose, and genuine emotion. This is the suffering of modern alienation, and it is in many ways more devastating than physical hardship, because it attacks the very core of what makes life worth living. The underground man's response to this suffering is both pathetic and prophetic. Unable to find genuine meaning or connection, he begins to cultivate his suffering as if it were a work of art. He develops elaborate theories about why suffering is superior to happiness. He convinces himself that his alienation is actually a sign of his superior sensitivity and intelligence. He transforms his psychological problems into badges of honor. This is exactly what happened to many intellectual movements in the 20th century, from existentialism to postmodernism to various forms of identity politics. When people cannot find positive meaning, they often begin to find meaning in their victimhood, their alienation, or their rejection of conventional values. But Dostoyevsky does not simply diagnose the problem of modern consciousness. He also suggests a solution, though it is not an easy one. The underground man's problems stem from his excessive reliance on rational analysis and his disconnection from deeper sources of meaning. He's lost touch with his capacity for faith, love, and self-transcendence. These capacities cannot be recovered through more thinking or better psychological techniques. They require a fundamental reorientation of the soul towards something greater than the individual ego. The underground man must learn to stop analyzing himself long enough to actually live, to stop protecting himself long enough to love, and to stop asserting his autonomy long enough to surrender to something transcendent. This is why Dostoyevsky believed that the crisis of modern consciousness was ultimately a spiritual crisis rather than a psychological or social one. No amount of therapy, education, or social reform could solve the underground man's problems. He needed a complete transformation of his relationship to existence itself. He needed to rediscover the possibility of wonder, reverence, and genuine human connection. But this transformation could not be achieved through willpower or intellectual effort. It required grace, and grace comes only to those who acknowledge their own helplessness and open themselves to redemption. Part 3. The War Against Rationalism and Scientific Materialism. When Dostoyevsky looked at the intellectual trends of his time, he saw humanity rushing headlong towards spiritual catastrophe. The 19th century was the age of scientific progress, rational enlightenment, and utopian social planning. Intellectuals across Europe believed that human reason could solve all problems, eliminate all suffering, and create perfect societies. They thought that science would replace religion, that education would eliminate ignorance, and that proper social organization would end poverty, crime, and conflict. To most educated people of his era, these beliefs seemed obviously correct and morally admirable. But Dostoyevsky saw them as dangerous delusions that would lead to unprecedented human destruction. The fundamental error of rationalism, according to Dostoyevsky, is its misunderstanding of human nature. Rationalists assume that people are essentially logical creatures who make decisions based on careful calculation of their self-interest. They believe that if you can show someone what is truly in their best interest, they will naturally choose to pursue it. If people behave irrationally or self-destructively, it must be because they lack proper education or live in corrupted social conditions. Fix the education and reform the social conditions, and human behavior will automatically improve. This view seems reasonable and humane, but Dostoyevsky recognized it as a catastrophic misreading of human psychology. The problem is that human beings are not primarily rational creatures. We are emotional, spiritual, and often deeply irrational beings who frequently act against our own self-interest for psychological reasons that have nothing to do with logic. Sometimes we choose to suffer because suffering feels more authentic than artificial happiness. Sometimes we reject good advice because accepting it would require admitting that we need help. Sometimes we embrace destructive behaviors because they give us a sense of power or autonomy that we cannot find in healthy activities. And sometimes we simply act on impulse, instinct, or unconscious drives that operate below the level of rational awareness. Dostoyevsky illustrates this point through countless examples in his novels. Raskolnikov in Crime and Punishment commits murder, not because it serves his rational self-interest, but because he wants to prove that he is extraordinary enough to transcend moral law. The underground man sabotages his own happiness, not because he lacks knowledge of what would make him happy, but because choosing misery is the only way he can assert his freedom. Ivan Karamazov develops elaborate philosophical arguments against God, not because the evidence clearly supports atheism, but because he cannot bear the emotional burden of believing in a God who permits innocent suffering. In each case, the character's behavior is driven by deep psychological needs that have nothing to do with rational calculation. This insight has devastating implications for all utopian political schemes. If people do not behave rationally, then rational social planning cannot create perfect societies. If human behavior is driven by unconscious psychological forces, then conscious education and reform cannot eliminate antisocial behavior. If people sometimes choose suffering over happiness for existential reasons, then no amount of material improvement can guarantee human contentment. Rationalist reformers are trying to solve human problems with tools that are fundamentally inadequate to the task. They are like doctors trying to cure mental illness with surgery, or engineers trying to fix human relationships with mathematics. But Dostoyevsky's critique goes deeper than simply pointing out the limitations of rational planning. He argues that excessive reliance on reason actually makes human problems worse rather than better. When people try to live purely rational lives, they cut themselves off from their own emotional and spiritual depths. They become like the underground man, trapped in their own heads, unable to feel genuine emotions or make authentic connections with other people. They lose touch with the sources of meaning, beauty, and transcendence that make life worth living. Rationalism does not solve the human condition. It impoverishes it. Scientific materialism creates even more serious problems. When people begin to view themselves as nothing more than complex machines governed by physical and chemical laws, they lose their sense of human dignity and moral responsibility. If all human behavior can be explained in terms of genetics, neurology, and social conditioning, then concepts like free will, moral choice, and personal accountability become meaningless. Why should anyone feel guilty about their actions if those actions were determined by forces beyond their control? Why should anyone strive for moral improvement if morality is just a social construction with no objective reality? Why should anyone sacrifice their immediate desires for higher principles if there are no higher principles, only competing biological drives and social pressures? Dostoyevsky saw that scientific materialism would ultimately lead to nihilism, the belief that nothing has any ultimate meaning or value. If human beings are just accidental products of blind evolutionary forces, then our lives have no inherent purpose or significance. If consciousness is just an epiphenomenon of brain chemistry, then our deepest thoughts and feelings are nothing more than chemical reactions. If moral values are just social constructions that evolved to promote group survival, then they have no binding authority over individual behavior. The logical conclusion of scientific materialism is that existence is fundamentally absurd and that all human striving is ultimately meaningless. This realization drives sensitive people to despair and less sensitive people to ruthless pursuit of power and pleasure. The political implications of this worldview are terrifying. If there are no objective moral truths, then might makes right. If human beings have no inherent dignity, then they can be manipulated, exploited and destroyed without moral qualms. If traditional values are just arbitrary social constructions, then they can be swept away and replaced with whatever ideology serves the interests of those in power. If reason is the only legitimate source of authority, then intellectuals have the right to impose their rational schemes on everyone else, regardless of what ordinary people want or believe. Dostoyevsky recognized that this combination of nihilism and rationalism would eventually produce totalitarian movements that would treat human beings as raw material for social engineering projects. His novels are filled with characters who embody this dangerous combination of ideas. Raskolnikov believes that exceptional individuals have the right to transgress moral law for rational purposes. The characters in Demons are willing to commit murder and terrorism in service of their revolutionary ideologies. The Grand Inquisitor argues that the masses cannot handle freedom and must be controlled by an enlightened elite. In each case, rational arguments are used to justify irrational and immoral behavior. The characters convince themselves that they are serving higher purposes, but they are really serving their own psychological needs for power, significance, and revenge against a world that has wounded them. Dostoyevsky also understood that rationalism and materialism would fail to satisfy the deepest human needs. People need meaning, purpose, beauty, love, and transcendence. They need to feel that their lives matter in some ultimate sense. They need to believe that their moral choices have real significance. They need to experience wonder, reverence and connection to something greater than themselves. Rationalism and materialism cannot provide these things because they explicitly deny their reality or importance. A worldview that reduces everything to matter in motion cannot account for consciousness, beauty, love or moral obligation. It leaves people spiritually starved in the midst of material abundance. This spiritual starvation creates a terrible emptiness that people try to fill with various substitutes. Some become addicted to pleasure, excitement or novel experiences. Others lose themselves in work, achievement, or the accumulation of wealth and status. Still others embrace political ideologies that promise to give their lives meaning through identification with grand historical movements. But none of these substitutes can truly satisfy the human need for transcendent meaning. They provide temporary distraction from the underlying emptiness, but they cannot heal the spiritual wound that rationalism and materialism have created. Dostoyevsky's alternative to rationalism is not irrationalism or anti-intellectualism. He was himself a highly intellectual and well-educated man who engaged seriously with the philosophical and scientific ideas of his time. His critique of reason was based on reason itself, but he insisted that reason must be balanced by faith, emotion, and spiritual intuition. Human beings need all of their faculties working together in harmony. Reason without faith becomes cold and destructive. Faith without reason becomes fanatical and superstitious, but reason guided by faith and grounded in spiritual reality can serve human flourishing. This is why Dostoyevsky placed such emphasis on the role of suffering in human development. Suffering breaks down our intellectual pride and forces us to confront realities that cannot be understood through reason alone. It opens us to the possibility of grace, redemption, and spiritual transformation. It teaches us humility and compassion. It connects us to the deeper mysteries of existence that rational analysis cannot penetrate. A person who has never suffered deeply will likely remain trapped in the illusion that life can be mastered through intelligence and willpower. But a person who has been broken by suffering and then healed by grace will understand that reality is far more complex and mysterious than any rational system can capture. Part 4. The Psychology of Evil and Human Darkness. One of Dostoyevsky's most disturbing insights was his recognition that evil does not come primarily from ignorance, social conditions, or external circumstances. Evil comes from the human heart itself. This was a revolutionary and deeply unpopular idea in the 19th century, when most intellectuals believed that human nature was fundamentally good and that evil behavior resulted from corrupted social institutions. If you could eliminate poverty, improve education, and reform social structures, they argued, you could eliminate crime, violence, and moral corruption. But Dostoyevsky had seen too much of human nature in its raw form to accept such optimistic theories. He knew that evil was far more mysterious, persistent, and deeply rooted than social reformers wanted to admit. Dostoyevsky's understanding of evil was shaped by his own experience in the Siberian prison camp, where he spent 4 years among murderers, thieves, and other violent criminals. He expected to find that these men had been driven to crime by desperate circumstances or lack of proper education. Instead, he discovered that many of them had committed their crimes not out of necessity, but out of choice. Some seemed to enjoy violence for its own sake. Others appeared to have committed murder or robbery as a form of self-assertion or rebellion against social authority. Still, others seemed to have been motivated by a desire to experience the ultimate transgression, to see what it felt like to cross the line that separates civilized behavior from absolute barbarity. What disturbed Dostoyevsky most was not that these men were evil, but that they were recognizably human. They were not monsters or beasts, but people who shared the same basic psychological makeup as everyone else. They had the same capacity for reason, emotion, and moral understanding as law-abiding citizens. Many of them were intelligent, some were charming, and a few were even capable of genuine kindness in certain circumstances. But they had made fundamental choices about how to live that had led them down dark paths. If people like this could become violent criminals, then the potential for evil existed in everyone. This realization forced Dostoyevsky to confront an uncomfortable truth about human nature. We are not blank slates who become good or evil depending on our environment. We are not rational calculators who always choose what serves our best interests. We are complex beings with contradictory impulses, including genuine impulses toward evil. Every human being contains the capacity for both sainthood and criminality. Which path we take depends not primarily on our circumstances, but on the moral choices we make in the depths of our souls. Dostoyevsky explores this theme most powerfully through the character of Raskolnikov in Crime and Punishment. Raskolnikov is an intelligent, sensitive young man from a respectable family. He has received a good education and holds progressive social views. He is not driven to crime by poverty or desperation, though these factors play a role in his situation. Instead, he chooses to commit murder because he wants to prove to himself that he is an extraordinary individual who can transcend conventional morality. He has convinced himself through rational arguments that killing a worthless old woman and redistributing her money to deserving poor people would be a morally justified act. But Dostoyevsky shows us that Raskolnikov's rational justifications are really elaborate self-deceptions. The real motivation for his crime is psychological rather than philosophical. He wants to experience the ultimate assertion of his own will and power. He wants to prove that he is not bound by the moral rules that constrain ordinary people. He wants to feel what it is like to hold the power of life and death over another human being. The murder is not really about helping the poor or serving some greater good. It is about feeding his own ego and satisfying his deepest psychological needs. What makes Raskolnikov so disturbing is that his psychological profile is not fundamentally different from that of many intellectuals and political activists. How many people have committed terrible acts in the name of serving humanity? How many revolutionaries have justified murder and terrorism by claiming to serve the greater good? How many ideologues have convinced themselves that their personal resentments and power drives are actually noble commitments to justice and progress? Raskolnikov represents the dangerous combination of intellectual sophistication and moral blindness that characterizes so many modern movements. He is the prototype of the educated person who uses rational arguments to justify fundamentally irrational and evil behavior. Dostoyevsky also understood that evil often emerges not from dramatic moral failures, but from small compromises and gradual spiritual deterioration. Most people do not wake up one morning and decide to become criminals or tyrants. Instead, they make a series of seemingly minor moral compromises that slowly erode their capacity for ethical judgment. They tell small lies that prepare them for bigger lies. They rationalize minor selfishness that prepares them for major selfishness. They ignore small injustices that prepare them to participate in larger injustices. Over time, these compromises create a pattern of moral numbness that makes serious evil possible. This process is illustrated brilliantly in The Brothers Karamazov through the character of Smerdyakov, who murders his father Fyodor. Smerdyakov is not born evil, but he grows up in an environment of moral corruption and cynicism. He observes the hypocrisy and selfishness of the adults around him, and he gradually learns to manipulate others for his own advantage. He develops a philosophy of nihilistic opportunism that justifies any action that serves his interests. By the time he commits murder, he has already lost any genuine capacity for moral feeling. The crime is simply the logical culmination of a lifelong process of spiritual deterioration. But Dostoyevsky's most profound insight into the nature of evil concerns its relationship to freedom. Evil is not an unfortunate accident or a temporary aberration that can be eliminated through proper social engineering. Evil is an inevitable consequence of human freedom itself. If people are truly free to choose between good and evil, then some of them will choose evil. If people have the capacity for genuine love, then they also have the capacity for genuine hatred. If people can sacrifice themselves for others, then they can also sacrifice others for themselves. Freedom necessarily includes the freedom to choose wrongly, and this means that evil can never be completely eliminated from human existence. This does not mean that we should be passive in the face of evil, or that we should not work to reduce suffering and injustice, but it does mean that we should not expect to create perfect societies or eliminate the possibility of moral failure. Any political system that promises to end evil through social reform is either naive or dishonest. Any psychological theory that reduces evil to mental illness or social dysfunction is missing something essential about human nature. Any religious or philosophical system that tries to explain away the reality of genuine moral choice is denying the fundamental truth about what it means to be human. Dostoyevsky also recognized that the attempt to eliminate evil often creates worse evils. When people become convinced that they can perfect human nature through rational planning, they often become willing to use extreme measures against those who resist their plans. If crime is caused by social conditions rather than individual choice, then criminals are not responsible for their actions and do not deserve punishment. But those who perpetuate the social conditions that cause crime become the real villains who deserve whatever fate the reformers choose to impose on them. This logic leads inevitably to the persecution of anyone who stands in the way of social progress. The attempt to create a perfect society ends up producing societies that are far more evil than the traditional societies they replace. The characters in Demons illustrate this process perfectly. They begin with genuine concerns about social injustice and a sincere desire to help the oppressed. But their commitment to revolutionary ideology gradually overwhelms their basic human decency. They become willing to lie, steal, and murder in service of their cause. They convince themselves that their personal hatred and resentment are actually noble commitment to justice. They end up becoming far more destructive than the social problems they originally set out to solve. Their attempt to eliminate evil from society has turned them into agents of evil themselves. The only realistic response to the problem of evil, according to Dostoyevsky, is spiritual rather than political or social. We cannot eliminate evil through better institutions or improved education. We can only combat evil through individual moral and spiritual transformation. Each person must confront the capacity for evil within their own heart and choose to struggle against it. This struggle never ends and never achieves final victory in this life, but it is the only way to maintain our humanity in the face of the darkness that surrounds and pervades us. And occasionally, through grace and genuine repentance, it can lead to real redemption and transformation. Part 5. The Problem of Innocent Suffering and Ivan's Rebellion. No philosophical problem tormented Dostoyevsky more deeply than the existence of innocent suffering. How can a loving and all-powerful God permit children to be tortured, abused, and killed? How can we believe in divine justice when the world is filled with undeserved pain and seemingly random cruelty? These questions strike at the very heart of religious faith and moral understanding. Most religious thinkers try to answer them with theological explanations about free will, the greater good, or the mysterious ways of divine providence. But Dostoyevsky was too honest and too deeply acquainted with suffering to accept easy answers. Instead, he presented the problem of innocent suffering in its starkest and most emotionally devastating form. The most powerful statement of this problem comes through the character of Ivan Karamazov in The Brothers Karamazov. Ivan is a brilliant intellectual who has studied philosophy, theology, and history. He understands all the traditional arguments for the existence of God and the standard explanations for why a good God permits evil. But he has also collected stories of innocent children being tortured and murdered by adults. These stories are not abstract philosophical examples, but detailed accounts of real human suffering that Ivan has gathered from newspapers and historical records. When he confronts the reality of this suffering, all theological explanations collapse into meaninglessness. Ivan tells his brother Alyosha about a 5-year-old girl whose parents tortured her for minor infractions. They would beat her, lock her in an outhouse overnight in the freezing cold, and force her to eat her own excrement. The child would pray to God for protection, but no protection came. Eventually, her parents tortured her to death. Ivan asks Alyosha a simple but devastating question. Can you understand why a little creature who cannot even understand what is being done to her should beat her little heart with her tiny fist in the dark and cold, weeping tears to God for protection? And what can we say about a God who hears such prayers and does nothing? Ivan presents many such stories, each more heartbreaking than the last. A general orders his hunting dogs to tear apart a peasant boy because the child accidentally injured one of the general's favourite hounds. Turkish soldiers in Bulgaria entertain themselves by throwing babies into the air and catching them on their bayonets. Parents across the world beat, starve, and sexually abuse their own children, while the children cry out for help that never comes. These are not isolated incidents, but patterns of cruelty that have repeated themselves throughout human history. Every generation produces new examples of innocent suffering that seem to make a mockery of any belief in divine justice or cosmic meaning. The standard religious response to such suffering is to say that God works in mysterious ways that human beings cannot understand. Perhaps the suffering serves some greater purpose that will be revealed in the afterlife. Perhaps it is necessary for the development of human character or the achievement of some greater good. Perhaps the suffering will be compensated by eternal happiness in heaven. But Ivan rejects all such explanations as morally obscene. No greater good could possibly justify the torture of innocent children. No eternal compensation could make up for undeserved agony. If the achievement of some cosmic harmony requires even one child to suffer unjustly, then Ivan wants nothing to do with such harmony. Ivan presents his rejection of God's world in terms that are both logically rigorous and emotionally overwhelming. He tells Alyosha that he does not reject God himself, but he cannot accept the world that God has created. He refuses to participate in any cosmic plan that is built on the foundation of innocent suffering. Even if he could be shown that all suffering will eventually be justified and all injustice will be made right, he would still reject the ticket to such a universe. Some things are simply too precious to be sacrificed for any purpose, no matter how noble. The tears of a tortured child cannot be wiped away by any amount of future happiness or cosmic justice. This position is not atheism in the ordinary sense. Ivan is not arguing that God does not exist, or that religious claims are factually incorrect. He is making a moral argument against the universe itself. Even if God exists, and even if there is a divine plan that will ultimately make everything right, Ivan refuses to endorse such a plan. He would rather be damned than participate in a cosmic system that treats innocent suffering as an acceptable means to any end. This is rebellion not against God's existence, but against God's justice. Ivan's rebellion culminates in his famous parable of the Grand Inquisitor. In this story, Jesus returns to earth during the Spanish Inquisition and begins performing miracles and healing the sick. The Grand Inquisitor, who represents the highest authority of the Catholic Church, has Jesus arrested. He visits Jesus in his prison cell and explains why the Church must reject and execute him. The problem is that Jesus offered humanity freedom, but freedom is a burden that most people cannot bear. The Church has corrected Jesus' mistake by offering people security, certainty, and relief from the terrible responsibility of having to choose for themselves. The Grand Inquisitor argues that Jesus was wrong to reject the 3 temptations offered by Satan in the wilderness. Satan offered to turn stones into bread, representing the promise to solve human material needs. Jesus rejected this, insisting that people do not live by bread alone. But the Inquisitor points out that most people are not spiritual enough to care about anything beyond their physical survival. By refusing to solve the problem of hunger and poverty, Jesus condemned the majority of humanity to perpetual suffering. A truly loving God would have chosen to feed people rather than preserving their spiritual freedom. Satan also offered Jesus the chance to prove his divinity by throwing himself from the temple and having angels save him. This represents the power of miracle, the ability to compel belief through supernatural demonstrations. Jesus rejected this as well, insisting that faith must be freely chosen rather than forced through overwhelming evidence. But the Inquisitor argues that most people desperately want certainty and are tormented by doubt. By refusing to provide irrefutable proof of his divinity, Jesus left humanity to struggle with agonizing questions about the existence and nature of God. A truly compassionate God would have provided clear evidence that would eliminate all doubt and give people the security of certain knowledge. Finally, Satan offered Jesus dominion over all the kingdoms of the earth, representing the power to create perfect social and political institutions. Jesus rejected this as well, insisting that his kingdom was not of this world. But the Inquisitor argues that most people need strong leadership and clear social order to live decent lives. By refusing to establish a perfect earthly kingdom, Jesus left humanity to struggle with war, injustice, and political chaos. A truly wise God would have taken political power and used it to create conditions under which all people could live in peace and prosperity. The Grand Inquisitor concludes that the Church has corrected Jesus' mistakes by providing exactly what Satan offered and Jesus rejected. The Church feeds people through its charitable works, provides certainty through its doctrines and authority, and creates social order through its political influence. In doing so, it has made the vast majority of humanity much happier than they would have been under Jesus' original plan. Only a small number of spiritually exceptional individuals can handle the freedom that Jesus offered. For everyone else, freedom is a curse rather than a blessing. The Church has taken this burden upon itself and given people the security and happiness they actually want. This parable presents the problem of innocent suffering in its most sophisticated form. If God really loves humanity, why does he permit people to suffer when he has the power to prevent that suffering? The only possible answer seems to be that God values human freedom more than human happiness. But this means that God is willing to sacrifice the welfare of actual people for the sake of an abstract principle. Is this really love, or is it a form of cosmic cruelty dressed up in religious language? Ivan's rebellion forces us to confront the possibility that the universe itself is morally unacceptable. Dostoyevsky does not provide easy answers to these devastating questions. He presents Ivan's arguments with complete intellectual honesty and emotional power. But he also shows us the human cost of Ivan's rebellion. Ivan's rejection of God's world leads him to a philosophy of nihilistic despair. If there is no cosmic justice, then there are no objective moral truths. If innocent suffering is meaningless, then all human striving is meaningless. If God does not care about human welfare, then perhaps nothing matters at all. Ivan's intellectual integrity leads him to conclusions that make life unbearable. The alternative to Ivan's rebellion is represented by his brother Alyosha, who accepts the mystery of innocent suffering without being able to explain it. Alyosha does not have better theological arguments than Ivan. He cannot provide satisfying explanations for why children suffer, but he chooses to trust in God's goodness despite the evidence that seems to contradict it. He responds to suffering not with intellectual analysis, but with practical love and compassion. He cannot solve the problem of evil, but he can work to reduce actual suffering in the lives of real people. His faith is not based on rational arguments, but on his direct experience of grace and redemption. Dostoyevsky suggests that the problem of innocent suffering cannot be solved through philosophical reasoning. It can only be lived through and responded to with love. This does not make the suffering any less real or any less tragic, but it offers a way of maintaining both intellectual honesty and spiritual hope in the face of life's deepest mysteries. Part 6. The Grand Inquisitor and the Choice Between Freedom and Security. The Grand Inquisitor chapter. From the Brothers. Karamazov is perhaps the most powerful political parable ever written. In just a few pages, Dostoyevsky managed to predict the rise of totalitarian movements, explain the psychological appeal of authoritarianism, and expose the fundamental tension between human freedom and human happiness. The parable takes the form of a story within a story, told by Ivan Karamazov to his brother Alyosha as part of his rebellion against God's world. But the implications of this story extend far beyond theology into the deepest questions of political philosophy and human nature. The setting is 16th century Spain during the height of the Inquisition. Jesus Christ has returned to earth and is walking through the streets of Seville, quietly performing miracles and comforting the suffering. The people recognize him immediately and begin to gather around him in wonder and hope. But the Grand Inquisitor, who represents the highest authority of the Catholic Church, observes this scene with alarm. He orders his guards to arrest Jesus and throw him into prison. That night the Inquisitor visits Jesus in his cell and delivers a long monologue explaining why the Church must reject and execute him. The Inquisitor's argument is both chilling and logically compelling. He acknowledges that Jesus is indeed who he claims to be, and that his original teachings were authentic. But he argues that Jesus made a fundamental error in his understanding of human nature. Jesus offered humanity freedom, but freedom is a burden that most people cannot bear. The vast majority of human beings are weak, ignorant, and spiritually immature. They do not want the responsibility of making their own moral and spiritual choices. They want to be told what to believe, how to behave, and what their lives mean. They want security, certainty, and relief from the agonizing burden of having to think and choose for themselves. The Church, according to the Inquisitor, has corrected Jesus' mistake by giving people exactly what they actually want, rather than what Jesus thought they should want. Instead of demanding that people exercise their freedom to choose between good and evil, the Church has made the choice for them. Instead of requiring that people develop their own relationship with God through struggle and doubt, the Church has provided authoritative answers to all spiritual questions. Instead of leaving people to wrestle with moral ambiguity and uncertainty, the Church has given them clear rules that eliminate the need for difficult decisions. The result is a humanity that is much happier, more peaceful, and more unified than it would have been under Jesus' original plan. The Inquisitor supports his argument by reinterpreting the three temptations that Satan offered to Jesus in the wilderness. Each temptation represented a different aspect of what human beings actually need, and Jesus' rejection of these temptations demonstrated his fundamental misunderstanding of human nature. The first temptation was to turn stones into bread, representing the promise to solve material need and economic inequality. Jesus rejected this, saying that people do not live by bread alone. But the Inquisitor points out that most people are primarily concerned with their physical survival and comfort. They cannot focus on spiritual matters when they are hungry, homeless, or economically insecure. By refusing to solve the problem of material want, Jesus condemned the majority of humanity to lives dominated by anxiety about their basic needs. The second temptation was to throw himself from the temple and have angels save him, demonstrating his divine nature through an undeniable miracle. This represented the power to compel belief through overwhelming evidence. Jesus rejected this as well, insisting that faith must be freely chosen, rather than forced through supernatural demonstration. But the Inquisitor argues that most people are tormented by doubt and desperately want certainty. They cannot handle the ambiguity and uncertainty that comes with freely chosen faith. They need clear, undeniable evidence that will eliminate their doubts and give them the security of certain knowledge. By refusing to provide such evidence, Jesus left humanity to struggle with agonizing questions about the existence and nature of God. The third temptation was the offer of dominion over all the kingdoms of the earth, representing the power to create perfect political and social institutions. Jesus rejected this as well, insisting that his kingdom was not of this world. But the Inquisitor argues that most people need strong leadership and clear social organization to live decent lives. They cannot handle the chaos and conflict that comes with political freedom. They need authoritarian institutions that will make decisions for them and protect them from the consequences of their own poor judgment. By refusing to establish a perfect earthly kingdom, Jesus left humanity to struggle with war, injustice, and social disorder. The Grand Inquisitor concludes that Satan understood human nature better than Jesus did. Satan offered exactly what most people actually want and need. Bread represents economic security and material comfort. Miracle represents certainty and the elimination of doubt. Authority represents strong leadership and relief from the burden of self-governance. The Church has embraced all three of these gifts and used them to create a system that makes the vast majority of humanity much happier than they would have been under Jesus' original plan. The Inquisitor claims that this system is actually more loving and compassionate than what Jesus offered. Jesus' plan would have worked well for the small minority of human beings who are spiritually strong enough to handle freedom, uncertainty, and moral responsibility. But it would have been a disaster for everyone else. The Church has taken pity on the weak masses and given them what they actually need rather than what they theoretically should want. This required the Church to sacrifice its own spiritual purity and take upon itself the burden of making difficult decisions for others. The Church leaders know that they will be damned for corrupting Jesus' original message, but they are willing to bear this cost out of love for humanity. This argument is terrifying because it contains enough truth to be plausible. How many people really want the responsibility of making their own moral and spiritual choices? How many people would rather have economic security than economic freedom? How many people would rather have certainty than truth if the two conflict? How many people would rather have strong leaders making decisions for them than have to participate in the messy and difficult process of democratic governance? The Inquisitor's vision of humanity is cynical, but it is not obviously false. Dostoyevsky wrote this parable decades before the rise of fascism and communism, but it perfectly describes the appeal of totalitarian movements. Both fascist and communist regimes offered their populations exactly what the Grand Inquisitor promised. They promised to solve economic problems through centralized planning and state control. They promised certainty through official ideology that would answer all questions and eliminate doubt. They promised strong leadership that would make all important decisions and relieve ordinary people of political responsibility. And millions of people embraced these systems precisely because they offered relief from the burden of freedom. The parable also explains why democratic societies are always fragile, and why freedom is always in danger of being lost. Democracy requires citizens to educate themselves about complex issues, make difficult choices, and accept responsibility for the consequences of their decisions. This is hard work that many people would rather avoid. It is much easier to let someone else make the decisions and then blame them when things go wrong. It is much more comfortable to have clear ideological answers than to wrestle with ambiguous questions that have no easy solutions. The appeal of authoritarianism is not primarily economic or political, but psychological. It offers relief from the existential burden of being free. But Dostoyevsky does not end the parable with the Inquisitor's monologue. After listening silently to the entire argument, Jesus responds not with words, but with a simple action. He approaches the old Inquisitor and gently kisses him on his aged lips. This kiss contains no argument, no refutation, no explanation. It is simply an expression of love for a human being who has lost his way. The Inquisitor is deeply moved by this gesture, but he does not change his mind. He releases Jesus and tells him never to return. Jesus leaves in silence, and the Inquisitor continues with his work of managing humanity for its own good. This ending suggests that the choice between freedom and security cannot be resolved through rational argument. Both positions have compelling logic behind them. The choice ultimately comes down to a fundamental decision about what human beings are and what they are capable of becoming. Jesus represents faith in human potential and the belief that freedom is worth the cost it requires. The Inquisitor represents compassionate realism about human limitations and the belief that most people need protection from their own freedom. Each position contains both truth and error, and the tension between them can never be completely resolved. What Dostoyevsky shows us is that this choice is always before us, both individually and collectively. We can choose the path of freedom with all its risks, uncertainties, and painful responsibilities. Or we can choose the path of security with all its comforts, certainties, and protected dependencies. Neither choice is obviously right or wrong, and both exact a price from those who make them. But the choice itself cannot be avoided, and the consequences of our choice will shape not only our own lives, but the lives of future generations. Part 7. Russian Orthodox Christianity versus Western religion. For Dostoyevsky, the conflict between different forms of Christianity was not merely a theological dispute, but a battle for the soul of humanity itself. He believed that Western Christianity, both Catholic and Protestant, had fundamentally betrayed the original message of Christ. In pursuing worldly power, intellectual respectability, and social influence, Western churches had lost touch with the spiritual essence of Christian faith. Only Russian orthodoxy, he argued, had preserved the authentic Christian spirit of humility, suffering, and mystical union with God. This was not mere nationalist prejudice, but a carefully developed philosophical and theological position that shaped his entire worldview. Dostoyevsky's critique of Roman Catholicism was particularly harsh and uncompromising. He saw the Catholic Church as the direct descendant of the Roman Empire, more concerned with political power than spiritual truth. The Church had corrupted Christ's message by trying to create an earthly kingdom rather than focusing on the kingdom of heaven. It had replaced the spiritual authority of love and humility with the temporal authority of law and coercion. It had substituted rational theology for mystical experience and bureaucratic organization for authentic spiritual community. In Dostoyevsky's view, Catholicism represented everything that Christ had rejected during his 3 temptations in the wilderness. The Grand Inquisitor was Dostoyevsky's symbolic representation of Catholic Christianity. The Inquisitor genuinely believes that he is serving humanity by taking away the terrible burden of spiritual freedom. He has convinced himself that most people are too weak and ignorant to handle the responsibility of making their own religious choices. Therefore, the Church must make these choices for them, providing clear doctrines, absolute authority, and relief from spiritual uncertainty. This is presented as an act of compassion, but Dostoyevsky saw it as a fundamental betrayal of Christ's message. By removing freedom, the Church had also removed the possibility of genuine faith, love, and spiritual growth. Dostoyevsky argued that this corruption of Christianity was not accidental, but inevitable, given Catholic theology and institutional structure. The Catholic emphasis on papal authority and church tradition had replaced the direct personal relationship between the individual believer and God. The development of sophisticated theological systems had replaced simple faith with intellectual complexity. The accumulation of worldly wealth and political power had corrupted the Church's spiritual mission. The result was a form of Christianity that was Christian in name only, having lost the essential spirit that made Christianity revolutionary and transformative. Protestantism, in Dostoyevsky's view, was even worse than Catholicism because it carried the logic of Western Christianity to its ultimate conclusion. By rejecting papal authority and church tradition, Protestants had opened the door to complete individualism and relativism. If every believer could interpret Scripture for themselves, then there was no objective religious truth at all. If salvation came through faith alone, rather than through participation in a spiritual community, then religion became a purely private matter with no social or cultural significance. Protestantism had inadvertently prepared the way for secularization by making religion optional and subjective. It was a transitional phase between traditional Christianity and complete atheism. Dostoyevsky saw socialism as the logical culmination of both Catholic and Protestant errors. Socialism promised to create the perfect, earthly society that Catholicism had sought through church authority and political power. It offered the individual liberation that Protestantism had promised through rejection of external authority. But it achieved both goals by eliminating God entirely and putting human reason and human will in God's place. Socialism was the final form of the Western Christian heresy, the attempt to create heaven on earth through human effort rather than divine grace. It retained the Christian concern for justice and equality while rejecting the Christian understanding of human nature and divine providence. Against all these Western deviations, Dostoyevsky held up Russian Orthodoxy as the true embodiment of Christian faith. Orthodoxy had never sought worldly power or tried to create earthly kingdoms. It had preserved the mystical and contemplative dimensions of Christianity that Western churches had lost in their pursuit of rational theology and social influence. Orthodox believers understood that the spiritual life was primarily about suffering, humility, and union with God. rather than about intellectual understanding or moral achievement. They recognized that the Church was a community of sinners seeking redemption, rather than an institution of saints dispensing salvation. They maintained the primitive Christian understanding that this world was fallen and that ultimate hope lay in the world to come. The Orthodox emphasis on suffering was particularly important to Dostoyevsky's religious philosophy. While Western Christianity often tried to minimize or explain away the reality of suffering, Orthodoxy embraced suffering as an essential part of the spiritual path. Through suffering, believers learned compassion for others who suffer. Through suffering, they were purified of pride, selfishness, and illusion. Through suffering, they participated in Christ's own passion and came to understand the mystery of redemption. Suffering was not an unfortunate accident to be eliminated, but a sacred opportunity for spiritual growth and transformation. This understanding of suffering was connected to the Orthodox concept of kenosis, the self-emptying love that Christ demonstrated in his incarnation and crucifixion. True Christian love required the complete surrender of self-will and the willingness to sacrifice everything for the good of others. This was not mere altruism or humanitarian concern, but a mystical participation in God's own love for creation. Such love could not be achieved through moral effort or intellectual understanding, but only through grace received in the context of genuine spiritual community. It required the kind of humility and self-surrender that Western individualism made almost impossible to achieve. Dostoyevsky illustrated these orthodox principles through characters like Alyosha Karamazov, Prince Mishkin, and Father Zosima. These characters embody the orthodox ideal of holy simplicity, combining deep spiritual wisdom with childlike innocence. They do not rely on theological arguments or moral reasoning to guide their actions. Instead, they respond to each situation with spontaneous love and compassion, trusting that God will work through their simple faithfulness. They are willing to suffer for others and to forgive even the most terrible wrongs. They see Christ in every human being, no matter how degraded or sinful that person might appear. But Dostoyevsky did not present these orthodox ideals in a naive or sentimental way. Characters like Prince Mishkin often appear foolish or ineffective by worldly standards. Their goodness does not always produce good results, and their love does not always heal the people they try to help. Sometimes their very innocence becomes a source of suffering for themselves and others. Dostoyevsky understood that Orthodox Christianity offered no guarantee of worldly success or even personal happiness. What it offered was the possibility of spiritual authenticity and ultimate meaning in the face of a world that often seemed meaningless and absurd. The political implications of this religious vision were profound and disturbing to Western readers. If Russian Orthodoxy represented true Christianity, then Russia had a messianic mission to save the world from Western materialism and spiritual corruption. Russian civilization, despite all its obvious problems and failures, was spiritually superior to Western civilization because it had preserved the authentic Christian spirit. The Russian people, despite their poverty and backwardness, were closer to God than the educated and prosperous peoples of Western Europe. This vision combined genuine religious insight with dangerous nationalist fantasy in ways that would have terrible consequences for both Russia and the world. Dostoyevsky believed that the final spiritual battle of human history would be fought between Russian orthodoxy and Western secularism. Either the world would embrace the orthodox understanding of suffering, humility, and mystical union with God, or it would complete its descent into materialism, atheism, and spiritual darkness. There was no middle ground between these alternatives. The choice was between Christ and Antichrist, between the kingdom of God and the kingdom of man, between salvation and damnation. In this cosmic struggle, Russia was destined to play the role of the suffering servant who would redeem the world through its willingness to bear the pain that others refused to accept. This religious nationalism was both the strength and the weakness of Dostoyevsky's spiritual vision. It gave him profound insights into the spiritual emptiness of modern secular culture and the psychological appeal of various forms of religious and political fanaticism. But it also led him to idealize Russian culture and Orthodox Christianity in ways that ignored their obvious limitations and failures. The Russia that Dostoyevsky loved was more a spiritual symbol than a historical reality. The orthodoxy he championed was more an ideal than an actual institutional church. His religious philosophy was powerful and moving, but it was also dangerous when translated into political action. Part 8. Love as the ultimate reality and redemptive force. At the deepest level of Dostoyevsky's philosophy lies a simple but revolutionary claim. Love is not merely one human emotion among others, not merely a psychological drive or social bond. Love is the fundamental force that holds the universe together, the ultimate reality behind all appearances, the final answer to every philosophical question. This is not the sentimental love celebrated in popular culture, nor the rational benevolence advocated by moral philosophers. It is a cosmic principle that manifests itself most clearly in suffering, sacrifice, and the willingness to bear the pain of others. For Dostoyevsky, love in this ultimate sense is identical with God, and the capacity for such love is what makes human beings capable of redemption. This understanding of love emerged from Dostoyevsky's own experience of suffering and spiritual transformation. During his years in the Siberian prison camp, he witnessed the worst aspects of human nature, but also moments of unexpected compassion and self-sacrifice. He saw hardened criminals risk their lives to help fellow prisoners. He observed acts of kindness that had no rational explanation or practical benefit. He experienced moments when the barriers between self and other seemed to dissolve, and he felt a profound connection to all suffering humanity. These experiences convinced him that beneath the surface of human cruelty and selfishness lay a deeper reality of universal love that could transform even the most degraded souls. But Dostoyevsky's concept of love was paradoxical and often difficult to understand. True love, he believed, could only emerge through the complete acceptance of suffering. Those who tried to avoid pain, either for themselves or others, could never develop the spiritual depth necessary for genuine love. Those who sought happiness and pleasure as their primary goals would remain trapped in selfishness and superficiality. Only those who were willing to embrace suffering as a path to spiritual growth could transcend their ego boundaries and participate in the universal love that connected all beings. This meant that love often looked like its opposite, appearing as tragedy, loss, and heartbreak rather than joy and fulfillment. Dostoyevsky illustrated this paradox through characters who embodied different aspects of love and its absence. Prince Mishkin in The Idiot represents pure, innocent love that seeks nothing for itself and gives everything to others. But Mishkin's love is tragic because it cannot protect him or those he loves from suffering. His very goodness becomes a source of destruction because the world is not prepared to receive such unconditional love. Yet Dostoyevsky suggests that Mishkin's apparent failure is actually a form of success because his love plants seeds that may bear fruit in the future. Even when love cannot prevent suffering, it can transform the meaning of that suffering and point toward ultimate redemption. Alyosha Karamazov represents a more mature and practical form of love that has learned to work within the limitations of human nature and social reality. Alyosha does not try to save everyone or solve all problems through the sheer force of his goodness. Instead, he responds to each person and situation with specific acts of compassion that are appropriate to the circumstances. He listens without judging, forgives without conditions, and helps without expecting gratitude or recognition. His love is quiet and undemonstrative, but it has a transformative effect on almost everyone he encounters. Through Alyosha, Dostoyevsky shows how love can be both completely selfless and completely practical. The contrast between these loving characters and those who lack love reveals the central tragedy of human existence. Characters like Raskolnikov, Ivan Karamazov, and the underground man are capable of brilliant intellectual analysis and profound emotional sensitivity. But they are trapped in their own subjectivity and cannot break through to genuine connection with others. Their intelligence becomes a prison that separates them from the spontaneous flow of life and love. They understand everything except the most important thing, which is how to love and be loved. Their tragedy is not that they are evil, but that they are isolated from the source of all meaning and joy. Dostoyevsky believed that this isolation was the fundamental problem of modern civilization. Rationalism, individualism, and materialism had taught people to view themselves as separate atoms competing for scarce resources in an indifferent universe. This worldview made genuine love almost impossible because it was based on the assumption that self-interest and altruism were fundamentally opposed. People could cooperate when it served their mutual interests, but they could not love in the ultimate sense because they could not transcend their ego boundaries. The result was a civilization that was technologically advanced but spiritually impoverished, capable of great achievements but incapable of genuine happiness or meaning. The alternative to this modern predicament was what Dostoyevsky called sobornost, a Russian Orthodox concept that refers to spiritual unity achieved through love. Sobornost is not mere cooperation or social solidarity, but a mystical participation in the divine love that connects all beings. When people experience sobornost, they discover that their deepest interests are not separate from the interests of others, but identical with them. They realize that the boundaries between self and other are illusions created by ego, and that true fulfillment comes through self-transcendence rather than self-assertion. This realization cannot be achieved through intellectual effort or moral willpower, but only through grace received in the context of genuine spiritual community. Father Zosima in The Brothers. Karamazov embodies this ideal of sobornost and serves as Dostoyevsky's most complete representation of how love transforms human consciousness. Zosima teaches that every human being is responsible for everyone else and that all suffering is shared suffering. When one person sins, all humanity is diminished. When one person is redeemed, all humanity is lifted up. This interconnectedness is not a moral obligation imposed from outside, but a spiritual reality that becomes visible to those who have learned to love truly. Zosima can see Christ in every person, because he has transcended the ego boundaries that normally separate people from each other. But Dostoyevsky was too honest and too experienced with human nature to present love as an easy solution to human problems. True love requires enormous sacrifice, and often leads to what appears to be failure and defeat. Those who love most deeply often suffer most intensely because they open themselves to the pain of others as well as their own pain. Love does not eliminate evil or prevent tragedy. It transforms the meaning of evil and tragedy by placing them in the context of ultimate redemption. This transformation is real and profound, but it often invisible to those who judge by worldly standards of success and failure. Dostoyevsky also understood that love could be corrupted and perverted in various ways. Possessive love that tries to control and manipulate others is not love at all, but a form of disguised selfishness. Sentimental love that refuses to confront reality and make difficult choices is actually a form of self-indulgence. Ideological love that claims to serve humanity while ignoring the needs of actual individual people is a form of dangerous fanaticism. True love requires wisdom, courage, and the willingness to accept responsibility for the consequences of one's actions. It is the most difficult and demanding of all human activities, which is why so few people ever achieve it fully. The ultimate test of love, according to Dostoyevsky, is forgiveness. Anyone can love those who are kind, attractive, and deserving. But only those who have been transformed by grace can love their enemies, forgive those who have hurt them, and see the divine image in those who appear to be completely evil. This kind of forgiveness is not merely an ethical choice, but a spiritual recognition that all human beings share the same fundamental nature, despite their surface differences. Those who can forgive in this ultimate sense have moved beyond the ordinary categories of justice and injustice to participate in the divine perspective that sees all beings as equally precious and equally in need of redemption. Dostoyevsky believed that the capacity for such love and forgiveness was the ultimate mark of human dignity and the final answer to all philosophical questions about the meaning and purpose of existence. Those who achieved this level of spiritual development became channels through which divine love could enter the world and transform it. They could not eliminate suffering or solve all human problems, but they could change the spiritual atmosphere in which those problems existed. Their presence reminded others of possibilities they had forgotten and hopes they had abandoned. Through their example, the impossible became possible, and the kingdom of heaven became present even in the midst of earthly hell. Part 9. The Prophecy of Totalitarianism. Writing in the 1870s, decades before the rise of fascism and communism, Dostoyevsky predicted with astonishing accuracy how totalitarian movements would operate and why they would appeal to millions of people. In his novel Demons, he created a prophetic vision of revolutionary terrorism that anticipated the tactics and psychology of 20th century political extremism. But his insight went deeper than mere political prediction. He understood the spiritual and psychological roots of totalitarianism and why modern civilization was inevitably moving toward unprecedented forms of tyranny. His warnings were ignored by most of his contemporaries, who viewed his political novels as hysterical overreactions to minor social problems. History proved that Dostoyevsky was not hysterical enough. The central insight behind Dostoyevsky's political prophecy was his understanding that totalitarianism emerges not from traditional authoritarianism, but from the collapse of traditional beliefs and institutions. Traditional tyrants claimed authority based on divine right, inherited legitimacy, or military conquest. They ruled through fear and force, but they did not typically try to control every aspect of their subjects' lives or reshape human nature itself. Modern totalitarianism, by contrast, emerges from democratic and egalitarian movements that claim to represent the will of the people and the march of historical progress. Totalitarian leaders present themselves not as conquerors, but as servants of humanity who are working to eliminate suffering and create perfect societies. This makes their tyranny far more dangerous and more difficult to resist than traditional despotism. Dostoyevsky saw that this new form of tyranny would emerge from the philosophical ideas that were gaining popularity among European intellectuals. Materialism taught that human beings were nothing more than complex machines governed by physical and social laws. If this were true, then human behavior could be predicted and controlled through the proper manipulation of environmental conditions. Rationalism taught that reason could solve all human problems and create perfect social institutions. If this were true, then those who possessed superior rational knowledge had the right and obligation to impose their plans on everyone else. Atheism taught that there were no objective moral truths or transcendent sources of meaning. If this were true, then moral values were simply human constructions that could be changed at will to serve political purposes. The combination of these ideas created a perfect intellectual foundation for totalitarian politics. If human beings were merely biological machines, then they had no inherent dignity or rights that would limit what could be done to them in service of social goals. If reason was the only legitimate source of authority, then intellectuals and planners had the right to override the preferences and traditions of ordinary people. If moral values were arbitrary social constructions, then any action could be justified if it served the supposedly rational goals of the revolutionary movement. These ideas, which seem progressive and humane to 19th-century liberals, contained the seeds of unprecedented cruelty and oppression. In Demons, Dostoyevsky illustrated how these abstract philosophical ideas would translate into concrete political action. The novel's revolutionary characters begin with genuine concern about social injustice and sincere desire to help the oppressed. But their commitment to ideological purity gradually overwhelms their basic human decency and moral sense. They become willing to lie, steal and murder in service of their cause because they have convinced themselves that their personal feelings and moral scruples are obstacles to the greater good. They develop elaborate theoretical justifications for actions that they would have considered obviously evil before their ideological conversion. The result is a form of evil that is far more dangerous than traditional criminality because it operates with a clear conscience and claims moral legitimacy. Dostoyevsky understood that this kind of ideological fanaticism would appeal particularly to educated young people who had lost traditional religious faith but retained the need for meaning and purpose. Revolutionary movements offered these individuals a sense of mission and significance that secular culture could not provide. By joining a cause that promised to transform the world, they could feel that their lives mattered in some ultimate sense. By identifying with the supposedly inevitable march of historical progress, they could feel that they were on the winning side of a cosmic struggle between good and evil. By embracing an ideology that explained everything and promised to solve all problems, they could escape from the uncertainty and ambiguity that characterized modern life. Revolutionary movements functioned as substitute religions for people who could no longer believe in traditional religions. But Dostoyevsky also saw that these movements would inevitably betray their own ideals and become tyrannical. The same philosophical assumptions that justified revolutionary violence against the old order would eventually justify tyrannical control over the new order. If human beings were rational machines, then they could be programmed to behave in socially beneficial ways. If traditional moral values were obstacles to progress, then people would need to be re-educated to accept new values. If individual preferences conflicted with collective goals, then individual preferences would have to be suppressed for the greater good. The logic that justified revolution would inevitably lead to totalitarian control once the revolutionaries gained power. The character of Shigalov in Demons represents this progression from revolutionary idealism to totalitarian planning. Shigalov begins with the goal of creating perfect equality and freedom for all humanity. But when he works out the practical implications of his ideas, he discovers that perfect equality requires the complete elimination of individual freedom. His ideal society would divide humanity into two groups: a small elite who would make all decisions, and a large mass who would live in conditions of perfect equality but complete subservience. Shigalov presents this not as a betrayal of his original ideals, but as their logical fulfillment. True freedom and equality, he argues, can only be achieved through the elimination of the false freedom and equality that allows some people to dominate others. This paradox runs through all totalitarian movements. They promise liberation, but deliver enslavement. They claim to serve the people, but end up treating the people as raw material for their social engineering projects. They begin with humanitarian goals, but end up committing atrocities that surpass anything achieved by traditional tyrants. This is not an accidental corruption of originally good intentions, but the inevitable result of the philosophical assumptions on which these movements are based. Any political philosophy that denies human dignity, transcendent moral truth, and the mystery of human nature will eventually produce tyrannical results. Dostoyevsky also predicted that totalitarian movements would use terror not merely as a practical tool for gaining and maintaining power, but as a psychological technique for transforming human consciousness. Terror serves to break down traditional social bonds and moral inhibitions that might interfere with ideological conformity. When people live in constant fear of denunciation and punishment, they learn to suppress their own thoughts and feelings and adopt whatever attitudes the regime demands. They become psychologically dependent on the very system that oppresses them because it provides the only source of security and meaning in their devastated lives. Terror does not merely force external compliance. It reshapes the inner life of its victims in ways that make genuine resistance almost impossible. The novel's most chilling scenes involve the psychological manipulation and destruction of individuals who initially resist the revolutionary movement. The characters are not simply killed or imprisoned, but systematically broken down through a combination of ideological pressure, social isolation, and carefully orchestrated psychological torture. Their resistance is not overcome through rational argument, but through the deliberate destruction of their capacity for independent thought and moral judgment. They are transformed from free individuals into instruments of the movement's will. This process anticipates the sophisticated techniques of psychological manipulation that would be developed by 20th-century totalitarian regimes. But Dostoyevsky's most profound insight concerns the religious dimension of totalitarian movements. These movements are not merely political, but essentially religious in nature, offering their adherents a comprehensive worldview that explains everything and promises ultimate salvation. They demand not merely obedience but faith, not merely compliance but enthusiastic participation in their sacred mission. They create their own rituals, martyrs and sacred texts that function exactly like religious institutions. They promise their followers immortality through identification with the movement and its supposedly eternal goals. This religious dimension makes totalitarian movements far more powerful and persistent than purely political tyrannies, because they satisfy deep spiritual needs that secular culture cannot address. The ultimate horror of totalitarianism, according to Dostoyevsky, is not that it makes people miserable, but that it makes them satisfied with their misery. By destroying their capacity for independent thought and authentic feeling, totalitarian systems create populations of people who genuinely believe that their oppression is freedom and their degradation is dignity. They lose the ability to imagine alternatives to their condition and become psychologically incapable of genuine rebellion. This represents the complete triumph of evil, because it eliminates not merely the reality of goodness, but even the memory of what goodness might look like. It is the final victory of the Grand Inquisitor's vision over the vision of Christ. Part 10. The Birth of Existentialism and the Divided Self. Long before existentialism became a recognized philosophical movement, Dostoyevsky had identified and dramatized its central insights. Through characters like the underground man, Raskolnikov, and Ivan Karamazov, he explored themes that would later become the foundation of existentialist thought: the absurdity of existence, the burden of freedom, the anxiety of choice, and the search for authentic selfhood in a meaningless universe. But Dostoyevsky's existentialism was different from the secular existentialism that would emerge in the 20th century, because it was grounded in a profound spiritual struggle rather than a rejection of all spiritual possibilities. For Dostoyevsky, the confrontation with meaninglessness was not the end of the philosophical journey, but the beginning of a deeper search for transcendent meaning. The underground man represents the first fully developed existentialist hero in literature. He is acutely aware that his existence precedes any essence or meaning that he might try to impose upon it. He knows that he is radically free to choose who he wants to be, but he also knows that this freedom is a terrible burden that most people try to escape. He understands that all human values and institutions are human constructions rather than objective features of reality. He recognizes that reason cannot provide ultimate guidance for human action, because reason itself is just another human tool with no transcendent authority. These insights anticipate the central themes of existentialist philosophy by several decades. But the underground man's response to these insights is profoundly different from that of later existentialist thinkers. Instead of embracing his freedom and creating his own values, he becomes paralyzed by the recognition of his radical responsibility for his choices. Instead of affirming life despite its apparent meaninglessness, he retreats into bitter isolation and self-destructive behavior. Instead of finding authenticity through the acceptance of anxiety and uncertainty, he becomes consumed by resentment and spite. The underground man shows us what happens when existentialist insights are divorced from any spiritual or transcendent framework that could give them positive meaning. Without God, or some other source of objective value, existential freedom becomes a curse rather than a blessing. Dostoyevsky's exploration of the divided self was equally prophetic and influential. His characters are not unified personalities, but complex battlegrounds where conflicting impulses, beliefs and desires struggle for dominance. Raskolnikov contains both a potential saint and a potential criminal, and his actions emerge from the temporary victory of one aspect of his personality over others. Ivan Karamazov is simultaneously a believer and an atheist, capable of profound religious insight and equally profound religious rebellion. The underground man is both a penetrating social critic and a pathetic failure who cannot apply his insights to his own life. These characters anticipate the modern psychological understanding of personality as multiple and contradictory rather than single and coherent. This division of the self creates what existentialists would later call authenticity problems. If we contain multiple conflicting selves, which one represents our true identity? If our conscious thoughts and stated values conflict with our unconscious drives and actual behavior, which should we trust? If we can observe ourselves thinking and feeling, who is the observer and who is the observed? These questions torment Dostoyevsky's characters and drive them to increasingly desperate attempts to achieve some kind of unified selfhood. But their efforts usually fail because the division is built into the structure of human consciousness itself. Dostoyevsky understood that this divided consciousness was both a burden and an opportunity. The same self-awareness that makes authentic action difficult also makes moral growth possible. The same capacity for self-observation that creates anxiety and paralysis also enables genuine self-knowledge and repentance. The same freedom that allows people to choose evil also allows them to choose good. The divided self is the price we pay for being human, but it is also what makes genuine humanity possible. Without the capacity to step outside ourselves and observe our own thoughts and actions, we would be no different from animals acting on instinct. The existential themes in Dostoyevsky's work also include a profound exploration of what would later be called bad faith, the tendency to deny one's freedom and responsibility by pretending to be determined by external forces. Many of his characters try to escape the burden of choice by convincing themselves that their actions are determined by their social circumstances, their psychological makeup, or their philosophical beliefs. Raskolnikov claims that his murder was justified by his theory about extraordinary individuals, but this is really an attempt to avoid taking full responsibility for his free choice to kill. The underground man blames his problems on social conditions and psychological determinism, but this is really an excuse for his refusal to take positive action to improve his life. These characters demonstrate how easy it is to use sophisticated intellectual analysis as a way of avoiding genuine moral responsibility. But Dostoyevsky also shows us characters who achieve what existentialists would call authentic existence by fully accepting their freedom and responsibility. Alyosha Karamazov does not try to escape the burden of choice by appealing to external authorities or deterministic explanations. He takes full responsibility for his actions and their consequences while remaining open to grace and guidance from beyond himself. Sonia Marmeladova in Crime and Punishment freely chooses to sacrifice herself for her family while maintaining her dignity and moral integrity. These characters show that authenticity is possible, but it requires enormous courage and spiritual strength. It cannot be achieved through intellectual analysis alone, but requires a fundamental transformation of one's relationship to existence itself. The existential dimension of Dostoyevsky's work is most clearly visible in his treatment of death and mortality. His characters are constantly aware that they will die, and that this fact renders all their projects and concerns ultimately meaningless from a cosmic perspective. This awareness of mortality creates both anxiety and urgency. If life is short and death is certain, then every choice matters enormously because there may not be opportunities to correct mistakes or try alternative paths. But if death makes everything meaningless, then no choice matters at all, because all outcomes lead to the same ultimate destination. This paradox creates the existential tension that drives much of the psychological drama in Dostoyevsky's novels. Prince Mishkin in The Idiot embodies a unique response to this existential situation. His epilepsy gives him direct experience of what he believes to be the eternal moment that exists beyond time and death. This experience allows him to live with complete presence and authenticity, because he has seen that temporal existence is not the only reality. But his knowledge also makes him unable to function effectively in ordinary social reality, because he cannot take seriously the things that most people consider important. Mishkin represents both the possibility and the cost of transcending the normal existential predicament. His authenticity comes at the price of practical effectiveness and ordinary human happiness. Dostoyevsky's influence on later existentialist thinkers was enormous, though often unacknowledged. Kierkegaard, who is usually considered the father of existentialism, was deeply influenced by Dostoyevsky's exploration of anxiety, despair, and the leap of faith. Nietzsche's concept of the overman and his critique of conventional morality owe much to characters like Raskolnikov and Ivan Karamazov. Sartre's analysis of bad faith and the burden of freedom clearly draws on insights that Dostoyevsky dramatized decades earlier. Camus' treatment of the absurd and the rebel shows the influence of characters like the underground man and Ivan Karamazov. Even Heidegger's analysis of authentic existence and being toward death reflects themes that Dostoyevsky explored in psychological rather than philosophical terms. But Dostoyevsky's existentialism differed fundamentally from most later versions because it remained open to religious and spiritual possibilities. While 20th century existentialists typically assumed that God was dead and that humans had to create meaning entirely through their own efforts, Dostoyevsky saw the confrontation with meaninglessness as a necessary step toward authentic religious faith. His characters who achieve genuine authenticity do so not by rejecting all transcendent possibilities, but by moving through despair to a deeper level of spiritual understanding. For Dostoyevsky, existential honesty about the human condition was not incompatible with religious faith, but actually required such faith to avoid falling into nihilistic despair. This religious dimension of his existentialism makes his work more hopeful and ultimately more humane than much of the existentialist literature that followed. Part 11. The Psychology of the Unconscious and Human Motivation. Decades before Sigmund Freud developed psychoanalysis, Dostoyevsky had already mapped the unconscious territories of the human mind with unprecedented precision and insight. His novels function as case studies in psychological analysis, revealing the hidden drives, repressed desires, and unconscious conflicts that motivate human behavior. Freud himself acknowledged this debt, ranking Dostoyevsky second only to Shakespeare in literary achievement and declaring that the Russian novelist had anticipated many of the central discoveries of psychoanalytic theory. But Dostoyevsky's psychological insights went beyond anything that academic psychology would achieve because they were grounded in direct observation of human nature under extreme conditions rather than theoretical speculation. Dostoyevsky understood that human beings are driven by forces that operate below the level of conscious awareness. People rarely act for the reasons they claim to act, and they often pursue goals that directly contradict their stated values and rational interests. Raskolnikov tells himself that he commits murder to help the poor and test his theory about extraordinary individuals, but the real motivation is his need to assert power and overcome his sense of personal inadequacy. The underground man claims that he withdraws from society because other people are inferior and unworthy of his attention, but the real reason is his terror of rejection and his inability to risk genuine human connection. Ivan Karamazov develops elaborate philosophical arguments against God's existence, but his atheism is really driven by his emotional inability to accept a world in which innocent children suffer. In each case, the conscious explanation serves to hide rather than reveal the true psychological dynamics at work. This insight into the divided nature of human motivation was revolutionary in its implications. If people do not understand their own motivations, then rational arguments and moral exhortations are largely useless for changing behavior. If unconscious drives are more powerful than conscious intentions, then social reform efforts that appeal only to reason and self-interest are doomed to failure. If psychological conflicts operate outside the realm of voluntary control, then traditional approaches to criminal justice and moral education need to be fundamentally reconsidered. Dostoyevsky's psychological realism challenged every assumption about human nature that was common in his time, and continues to challenge many assumptions that are common today. Dostoyevsky was particularly brilliant in his analysis of what psychologists would later call defense mechanisms, the unconscious strategies that people use to protect themselves from painful truths about their own nature and circumstances. Rationalization allows people to create logical explanations for behavior that is actually driven by irrational emotional needs. Projection allows people to attribute their own unacceptable impulses to others rather than acknowledging them in themselves. Denial allows people to refuse to see obvious realities that would force them to change their self-image or behavior. Compensation allows people to excel in one area as a way of making up for felt inadequacies in another area. Sublimation allows people to channel antisocial impulses into socially acceptable activities. Dostoyevsky's characters demonstrate all of these mechanisms with psychological accuracy that would not be matched by academic psychology for decades. The underground man is perhaps the most psychologically complex character in all of literature because he is simultaneously the subject and object of psychological analysis. He understands his own defense mechanisms perfectly well, but this understanding does not free him from them. He knows that his resentment is irrational, his social philosophy is self-serving, and his isolation is self-imposed. But knowing these things only makes his problems worse rather than better. He becomes trapped in endless layers of self-consciousness, analyzing his analysis of his analysis until he can no longer distinguish between genuine insight and psychological manipulation. This represents a profound discovery about the limits of psychological self-awareness as a therapeutic tool. Simply understanding your problems does not automatically solve them, and excessive self-analysis can become a new form of psychological pathology. Dostoyevsky also anticipated many insights about the relationship between psychological trauma and adult behavior patterns. Many of his characters have experienced childhood abuse, abandonment, or other forms of early trauma that continue to influence their adult relationships and life choices. Smerdyakov's murderous hatred stems partly from his experience of being an illegitimate child who was never fully accepted by his father or his social environment. Nastasia Filipovna's self-destructive behaviour in The Idiot reflects her psychological devastation from childhood sexual abuse. The underground man's social anxiety and resentment can be traced to early experiences of humiliation and rejection. But Dostoyevsky never presents trauma as a complete explanation for adult behaviour, because that would eliminate moral responsibility and the possibility of redemption. Trauma influences but does not determine adult choices, and people retain the capacity to transcend their psychological conditioning through spiritual transformation. One of Dostoyevsky's most important psychological insights concerns the role of guilt and conscience in human motivation. Many of his characters are driven by unconscious guilt about real or imagined wrongdoing, and this guilt manifests itself in various forms of self-punishment and self-sabotage. Raskolnikov's illness and eventual confession result from his psychological inability to live with the guilt of murder, even though he consciously believes that his action was justified. The underground man's self-isolation and misery represent a form of self-imposed punishment for his perceived moral and social failures. Ivan Karamazov's mental breakdown reflects his unconscious sense of responsibility for his father's murder, even though he did not directly participate in the crime. These characters demonstrate that conscience operates as an autonomous psychological force that cannot be eliminated through rational argument or philosophical sophistication. But Dostoyevsky also understood that guilt could be pathological and destructive rather than morally beneficial. Excessive guilt can lead to psychological paralysis, self-hatred, and the inability to accept forgiveness and redemption. Some of his characters become so consumed by guilt that they lose the capacity for positive action and healthy relationships. They become addicted to suffering as a way of appeasing their punitive superego, but this suffering does not lead to genuine moral improvement or spiritual growth. True redemption requires not the elimination of guilt, but its transformation through grace and genuine repentance. This insight anticipates modern therapeutic approaches that distinguish between healthy guilt that promotes moral behavior and neurotic guilt that inhibits psychological functioning. Dostoyevsky's analysis of love and sexuality was equally profound and ahead of its time. He understood that romantic love often involves psychological projection, wish fulfillment, and the attempt to use another person to solve one's own internal conflicts. Characters like Nastasia Filipovna and Grushenka are loved not for who they really are, but for what they represent in the psychological economy of their admirers. Prince Mishkin's love for Nastasia is partly motivated by his need to save someone as a way of giving meaning to his own suffering. Dmitri Karamazov's passion for Grushenka reflects his unconscious search for maternal acceptance and approval. These relationships are psychologically complex rather than simply romantic, because they involve the intersection of multiple unconscious needs and conflicts. Dostoyevsky also anticipated insights about the psychology of power and dominance that would later be developed by thinkers like Nietzsche and Adler. Many of his characters are motivated by what psychologists would call the will to power, the need to assert control over their environment and other people as a way of compensating for feelings of inadequacy and vulnerability. Raskolnikov's theory about extraordinary individuals is really a rationalization for his psychological need to feel superior to ordinary people. The underground man's intellectual sophistication serves partly as a weapon for asserting dominance over those he considers less insightful than himself. Ivan Karamazov's atheistic philosophy functions partly as a way of asserting his independence from divine authority. These characters show how intellectual and spiritual pursuits can be corrupted by unconscious power drives that operate beneath the surface of conscious motivation. Perhaps Dostoyevsky's most profound psychological insight concerns the relationship between suffering and psychological development. He understood that people often unconsciously seek out suffering because it serves important psychological functions that pleasure and happiness cannot provide. Suffering can validate one's sense of being special or different from others. It can provide a sense of meaning and purpose for those who feel that their lives are otherwise insignificant. It can serve as a form of self-punishment that appeases guilt and provides relief from psychological tension. It can create bonds of sympathy and connection with others who have also suffered. And it can serve as a catalyst for spiritual growth and transformation that would not occur under comfortable circumstances. This understanding of suffering as psychologically functional rather than simply pathological was far ahead of its time and remains controversial even today. Dostoyevsky's psychological insights were not merely theoretical, but practical and therapeutic. His novels function as a form of psychological healing for readers who recognize their own conflicts and struggles in his characters. By seeing their problems dramatized with honesty and compassion, readers can begin to understand and accept aspects of themselves that they might otherwise deny or repress. By witnessing characters who achieve redemption and transformation despite their psychological wounds, readers can maintain hope for their own healing and growth. Dostoyevsky's work provides what psychologists would later call corrective emotional experiences that can help people move beyond destructive patterns and achieve greater psychological integration. This therapeutic dimension of his writing helps explain why his novels continue to have such a powerful impact on readers more than a century after they were written. Part 12. The Rejection of Western Civilization and the Return to Soil. Dostoyevsky believed that Western European civilization was leading humanity towards spiritual catastrophe, and that Russia's salvation lay in rejecting Western ideas and returning to its own native spiritual and cultural roots. This was not mere nationalist prejudice, but a carefully developed philosophical position based on his analysis of what he saw as the fundamental errors of Western thought and their inevitable consequences. Western civilization, he argued, had chosen the path of rational materialism, individual autonomy and technological progress at the expense of spiritual depth, communal solidarity and transcendent meaning. This choice had produced societies that were materially prosperous but spiritually empty, technically advanced but morally confused, and individually free but collectively fragmented. Russia could avoid this fate only by consciously choosing a different path, based on Orthodox Christianity, traditional peasant values, and what he called a return to the soil. Dostoyevsky's critique of Western civilization was comprehensive and devastating. He saw Western Christianity as having been corrupted by its alliance with political power and its embrace of rational theology. Both Catholicism and Protestantism had lost the mystical and contemplative dimensions of authentic Christianity in their pursuit of worldly influence and intellectual respectability. Western philosophy had abandoned the search for ultimate truth in favor of skeptical analysis and scientific reduction. Western politics had replaced traditional authority and organic community with artificial contracts and mechanical institutions. Western economics had reduced human relationships to market transactions and transformed everything into a commodity to be bought and sold. The result was a civilization that was technically impressive but spiritually bankrupt. The fundamental error of Western civilization, according to Dostoyevsky, was its assumption that human reason could solve all problems and create perfect societies without reference to divine guidance or transcendent truth. This assumption had led Western thinkers to develop elaborate philosophical and political systems that ignored the mysterious and irrational aspects of human nature. They believed that people were essentially rational creatures who would naturally choose their own best interests if given proper education and favourable social conditions. They thought that social institutions could be designed according to rational principles that would eliminate conflict and create universal happiness. They assumed that scientific progress would eventually answer all important questions and solve all significant problems. These beliefs seemed reasonable and progressive, but Dostoyevsky saw them as dangerous delusions that would lead to unprecedented tyranny and spiritual destruction. The alternative that Dostoyevsky proposed was what he called a return to the soil, a conscious embrace of traditional Russian values and ways of life that had been preserved by the peasantry, despite centuries of westernizing influence from the educated classes. The soil represented not merely agriculture or rural life, but a whole constellation of spiritual and cultural values that were fundamentally different from Western individualism and rationalism. These values included sobernost, the mystical unity of the Orthodox Christian community, conciliarity, the practice of making decisions through spiritual consensus rather than rational debate, humility, the recognition that human wisdom is limited and that ultimate truth comes from God rather than human reason, and suffering love, the willingness to bear the pain of others as a path to spiritual growth and redemption. These values had been preserved in their purest form by the Russian peasantry, who had remained closer to the Orthodox Christian tradition than the westernized aristocracy and intelligentsia. Dostoyevsky's idealization of the Russian peasantry was based partly on his own experience during his years of imprisonment in Siberia. He had expected the common criminals in the prison camp to be degraded and brutalized by their circumstances, but instead he found that many of them possessed a spiritual depth and moral sensitivity that was often lacking in educated society. They were capable of extraordinary acts of kindness and self-sacrifice despite their harsh living conditions. They maintained their religious faith despite having every reason to despair. They preserved traditional values of family loyalty, personal honor, and community solidarity that had been weakened or abandoned by Western-influenced intellectuals. Most importantly, they had not lost their capacity for genuine repentance and spiritual transformation. Their suffering had made them more rather than less human, while the comfort and education of the upper classes had often made them more selfish and spiritually shallow. This experience convinced Dostoyevsky that the Russian people possessed a unique spiritual wisdom that could save not only Russia but the entire world from the spiritual crisis of modernity. While Western civilization was moving toward materialism, atheism and social fragmentation, Russia had preserved the authentic Christian understanding of human nature and social organization. Russian Orthodoxy maintained the mystical and contemplative traditions that Western Christianity had lost. Russian peasant culture preserved communal values and practices that Western individualism had destroyed. Russian literature and art expressed spiritual insights that Western rationalism could not comprehend. If Russia could resist the temptation to imitate Western models and instead develop according to its own spiritual principles, it could become a beacon of hope for all humanity. But Dostoyevsky's vision of Russia's messianic mission was complicated by his recognition that Russian society was itself deeply corrupted by Western influences. The Russian aristocracy had been imitating Western European culture for generations and had lost touch with their own spiritual roots. Russian intellectuals were often more Western than the Westerners themselves, embracing radical ideologies that even European thinkers found extreme. Russian institutions were increasingly modelled on Western patterns rather than traditional Orthodox principles. Even the Russian Orthodox Church had been influenced by Western theological methods and had lost some of its original spiritual purity. The return to the soil could not be accomplished simply by rejecting foreign influences, but required a conscious spiritual renewal that would restore Russia's connection to its own deepest traditions. This spiritual renewal would require a fundamental transformation of Russian education, culture and social organization. Instead of imitating Western universities and teaching Western philosophy, Russian educational institutions should focus on Orthodox theology, traditional Russian literature, and the practical wisdom of peasant culture. Instead of copying Western social and political institutions, Russia should develop forms of governance and social organization based on Orthodox principles of soberness and conciliarity. Instead of pursuing Western models of economic development, Russia should create an economy based on mutual aid, communal ownership, and spiritual rather than material values. This transformation would not be easy, because it would require the educated classes to abandon their privileged position and learn from those they had traditionally considered their inferiors. But it was necessary if Russia was to fulfill its destiny as the spiritual leader of humanity. Dostoyevsky believed that this spiritual mission was not merely a matter of cultural preference, but a cosmic necessity. The Western path of rationalism and materialism was leading humanity toward spiritual death and ultimate meaninglessness. If this process continued unchecked, human beings would lose their capacity for genuine love, faith, and moral responsibility. They would become sophisticated animals, pursuing pleasure and avoiding pain, but incapable of transcending their biological nature. Science and technology would advance, but human beings would become less rather than more human. Social organization would become more efficient, but individual souls would become more empty and degraded. The end result would be a form of civilization that was technically advanced but spiritually dead. Only a civilization based on Orthodox Christian principles could reverse this process and restore humanity's connection to transcendent meaning and purpose. Such a civilization would not reject science and technology, but would subordinate them to spiritual goals rather than making them ends in themselves. It would not eliminate individual freedom, but would ground that freedom in spiritual rather than materialistic values. It would not destroy social progress, but would define progress in terms of spiritual development rather than material accumulation. It would create a form of modernity that was compatible with, rather than opposed to, traditional wisdom and spiritual insight. This was Russia's mission, to show the world that it was possible to be both modern and spiritual, both technically competent and morally grounded. But Dostoyevsky also recognized that this mission might fail. Russia might succumb to Western influences and lose its unique spiritual character. The Russian people might choose material comfort over spiritual depth, rational sophistication over mystical wisdom, individual autonomy over communal solidarity. If this happened, Russia would become just another Western country, and humanity would lose its last hope for spiritual renewal. The world would then proceed inexorably toward the spiritual catastrophe that Dostoyevsky saw as the inevitable endpoint of Western civilization. The choice was stark. Either Russia would fulfill its messianic mission and save the world, or the world would be lost to materialism and spiritual death. This vision of Russia's role in world history was both inspiring and dangerous. It provided a sense of meaning and purpose that helped many Russians maintain their cultural identity in the face of Western pressure for modernization and westernization. But it also encouraged a form of nationalist arrogance that could be used to justify almost any action taken in the name of Russia's spiritual mission. If Russia was destined to save the world, then anything that served Russian interests could be presented as serving the interests of humanity itself. If Orthodox Christianity was the only authentic form of Christianity, then other forms of Christianity could be treated as heresies that deserved to be eliminated. If Russian culture was spiritually superior to Western culture, then Russians had the right and obligation to impose their values on other peoples for their own good. The same vision that could inspire genuine spiritual renewal could also justify imperialism, religious persecution, and cultural chauvinism. Part 13. The Eternal Struggle, Faith, Suffering, and Dostoyevsky's Vision for Humanity. At the very center of Dostoyevsky's philosophical universe lies an eternal battle between faith and doubt that can never be definitively resolved through rational argument or empirical evidence, combined with his revolutionary understanding that suffering is the fundamental condition through which human beings achieve spiritual growth and authentic meaning. These twin insights form the foundation of his enduring legacy and his prophetic vision for humanity's future. This struggle is not merely an intellectual debate about the existence of God, but an existential crisis that affects every aspect of human existence. While suffering is not an unfortunate accident to be eliminated, but the crucible in which human souls are refined and transformed. Together, these insights create a philosophy that is both deeply challenging and ultimately redemptive. Dostoyevsky himself embodied this struggle throughout his entire life. His arrest, imprisonment, and years in Siberia subjected his faith to the most severe possible tests while teaching him that extreme suffering could serve as a pathway to spiritual transformation. He witnessed cruelty and suffering that seemed to make a mockery of belief in a loving God, yet he also observed how those prisoners who accepted their suffering without becoming consumed by hatred often developed extraordinary capacities for kindness, wisdom, and moral insight. This experience convinced him that the deepest forms of human wisdom, compassion, and spiritual insight emerge only through profound suffering that cannot be avoided or easily resolved. The mature Dostoyevsky, who emerged from this ordeal, was neither a simple believer nor a straightforward atheist, but something much more complex and interesting, a man whose faith had been tested by doubt and refined by suffering. This complex relationship between faith, doubt, and suffering is dramatized most powerfully through his greatest characters. Ivan Karamazov represents the most sophisticated case for atheism ever presented in literature, rejecting God not on scientific grounds but on moral ones, unable to accept a universe in which innocent children suffer while God remains silent. His rebellion cannot be overcome through theological sophistication because it is based on a fundamental moral judgment about the nature of reality itself. Yet Dostoyevsky shows us that Ivan's atheism leads inevitably to moral relativism and nihilistic despair, undermining the very moral foundations that would make his fight against injustice meaningful. Against Ivan stands his brother Alyosha, who chooses to trust in God's goodness despite evidence that seems to contradict it, and this choice transforms his entire relationship to existence, freeing him to respond with spontaneous love and compassion rather than intellectual paralysis. The philosophy of redemptive suffering is embodied most clearly in characters like Sonia Marmeladova, who maintains her spiritual purity despite degraded circumstances, and Father Zosima, who teaches that all human beings are responsible for the suffering of others, and that true spiritual development requires accepting this responsibility. Sonia's suffering has not made her bitter, but has deepened her capacity for love and forgiveness, allowing her to see the divine image even in a murderer like Raskolnikov. Zosima demonstrates how suffering can be transformed into spiritual wisdom, arguing that those who achieve spiritual maturity through suffering become channels through which divine grace can enter the world. But Dostoyevsky also shows that suffering can be destructive rather than redemptive, depending on how it is received. The underground man's pain has made him spiteful. Ivan's intellectual anguish has led to rebellion against God, and Smerdyakov's abuse has turned him into a murderer. The difference lies not in the amount of pain experienced, but in the spiritual attitude with which that pain is received. Redemptive suffering requires what Dostoyevsky calls active love, the willingness to bear not only one's own pain, but the pain of others as well. This is not mere sympathy, but a practical commitment to sharing others' burdens, even when doing so increases one's own suffering. Such love can only emerge from those who have learned to accept their own suffering without resentment, transforming their pain into wisdom and compassion. Prince Mishkin embodies this principle through his Christ-like innocence and willingness to suffer for others, though his very goodness becomes tragically ineffective in a world unprepared to receive such unconditional love. Yet Dostoyevsky suggests that even apparently failed acts of redemptive love plant seeds of grace that may bear fruit in future generations, operating on spiritual rather than merely practical levels. The eternal struggle between faith and doubt, combined with the transformative potential of suffering, leads to Dostoyevsky's prophetic understanding of humanity's future. Writing decades before the rise of totalitarian movements, he predicted with astonishing accuracy how revolutionary ideologies would evolve into systems of mass oppression and psychological control. The Grand Inquisitor's vision of a society based on bread, miracle and authority perfectly anticipated the appeal of fascist and communist regimes that would seduce millions with promises of security and relief from the burden of freedom. His novels demonstrated how intellectual sophistication and humanitarian ideals could be corrupted into justifications for terrorism and mass murder, showing that the greatest evils would come from educated idealists who believed they were serving humanity. These political prophecies remain essential for understanding contemporary threats to human freedom and dignity. But Dostoyevsky's psychological insights have proven equally prophetic and enduring. His exploration of the unconscious mind, the divided self, and the complex motivations that drive human behavior anticipated major psychological discoveries by decades. His understanding of how excessive self-consciousness can paralyze effective action perfectly describes the condition of millions of modern people who know what they should do but cannot bring themselves to do it. His analysis of how childhood trauma, social alienation and spiritual emptiness create psychological disorders remains more penetrating than most contemporary theories. Most importantly, His insight that psychological healing requires spiritual transformation rather than merely technical intervention offers hope for those whom secular psychology has failed to help. The spiritual dimensions of Dostoyevsky's work have become even more relevant, as modern secular culture has failed to provide the meaning and transcendent significance that human beings need. His prediction that the loss of religious faith would lead to nihilism and moral relativism has been confirmed by societies that have attempted to build purely secular forms of meaning. His understanding that human beings cannot live without transcendent purpose helps explain why secular ideologies so often function as substitute religions, complete with sacred texts and demands for absolute loyalty. His vision of faith as an existential choice, rather than an intellectual conclusion, provides a way of maintaining religious commitment even in the face of modern criticism and scientific skepticism. Faith, for Dostoyevsky, is not the absence of doubt, but the decision to trust in ultimate meaning despite evidence that seems to contradict it. Perhaps most importantly, Dostoyevsky's legacy lies in his unflinching honesty about the complexity and difficulty of human existence, combined with his ultimate hope for human transformation. He refused to offer easy solutions or comfortable reassurances, acknowledging the strongest arguments against his own positions through characters as intelligent and sympathetic as those who represent his preferred alternatives. He recognized that the choice between faith and doubt, freedom and security, love and power cannot be resolved through rational argument alone, but requires fundamental decisions about how to interpret life's ambiguous evidence. This intellectual honesty makes his ultimate affirmations more meaningful because they emerge from genuine struggle with doubt and despair rather than naive optimism. Dostoyevsky's vision for humanity is both deeply pessimistic and ultimately hopeful. He recognized that human beings are capable of extraordinary evil and that social progress does not automatically lead to moral improvement. He understood that the loss of traditional sources of meaning would create psychological crises that could not be easily resolved through rational analysis or social reform. He predicted that attempts to create perfect societies through human effort alone would inevitably lead to tyranny and the destruction of everything that makes life worth living. Yet he also believed that humans are capable of transcending their limitations through spiritual transformation and redemptive love, achieving levels of wisdom and compassion that approach the divine. He demonstrated through his greatest characters that even the most degraded individuals can be redeemed through genuine repentance and acceptance of grace. The choice that Dostoyevsky presents to humanity remains as relevant today as it was in 19th century Russia. We can choose the path of the Grand Inquisitor, seeking security and relief from freedom's burden, even at the cost of our humanity. We can choose Ivan Karamazov's path, demanding that reality conform to our moral expectations and rejecting any universe that fails to meet our standards. We can choose the underground man's path, retreating into bitter isolation as a way of asserting autonomy in an apparently meaningless world. Or we can choose the path of Christ as Dostoyevsky understood it, accepting the burden of freedom and responsibility while trusting in the possibility of redemption through love. This choice must be renewed constantly throughout our lives and will determine not only our own fate, but the fate of human civilization itself. In our current historical moment, when traditional sources of meaning continue to weaken while new forms of control threaten human freedom, Dostoyevsky's insights are more essential than ever. His warnings about utopian thinking speak directly to contemporary movements that promise to solve all problems through correct theories and techniques. His understanding of psychological manipulation anticipates sophisticated forms of propaganda that characterize modern mass societies. His analysis of how spiritual emptiness leads to despair helps explain epidemics of depression and suicide that plague even prosperous societies. His vision of love as ultimate reality offers the only realistic hope for overcoming the hatred and division that threaten human civilization. The final message of Dostoyevsky's philosophical legacy is both challenging and encouraging. Challenging because it demands that we abandon comfortable illusions about human nature and face existence's full complexity. Challenging because it requires taking responsibility for our choices without the security of absolute certainty about what is right. Challenging because it calls us to love when love is not returned, forgive when forgiveness is not deserved, and hope when hope seems impossible. But encouraging because it demonstrates that humans can rise above their limitations to achieve consciousness and moral development that justify existence's suffering and struggle. Encouraging because it shows that even the darkest circumstances cannot completely extinguish human dignity and the possibility of redemption. Encouraging because it proves that love, truth and spiritual reality are stronger than hatred, deception and material force, even when their victory is not immediately visible. Dostoyevsky's philosophy offers no easy answers but provides something far more valuable, a vision of what human beings can become when they choose to embrace rather than flee from their condition's full reality. It shows that life's meaning is found not in the absence of suffering, but in suffering's transformation into love. It demonstrates that freedom is not the elimination of constraints, but the conscious choice to serve something greater than ourselves. It proves that faith is not the absence of doubt, but the decision to trust in ultimate meaning, despite contradictory evidence. These insights remain as revolutionary today as when Dostoyevsky first articulated them, continuing to offer hope and guidance for anyone seeking authentic existence in a world often hostile to such aspirations. The mind of Fyodor Dostoyevsky contained wisdom that humanity is still learning to understand and apply. His legacy challenges us to face reality without illusion while maintaining hope without naivety, to love without conditions while accepting responsibility without excuses, to choose freedom while bearing its full weight and cost. This is perhaps the most difficult path humans can walk, but it is also the only path that leads to genuine fulfillment and authentic meaning. Those who choose this path join a communion of souls that transcends time and circumstance, united by their commitment to truth, love, and the endless struggle to become more fully human. This is Dostoyevsky's ultimate gift, not a philosophical system or easy answers, but a vision of what we can become when we choose to live with courage, honesty, and love in the face of life's eternal mysteries.
It's good to see you, my old friend, and thank you for your contribution to humanity.
I enjoyed today's podcast. Thank you, Ali.